Test, test. Hello, 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 हेलो। सही है। अच्छा, अब मैं स्पीकर खोलूंगा तो सुनिएगा, फर्क तो नहीं आ रहा? वैसे तो नहीं आना चाहिए क्योंकि मैंने लेवल जो है ना आपका पूरा दिया हुआ है। हेलो। वैसे भी और बढ़ सकता है, मैंने बहुत कम दिया हुआ है लेवल। मेरे हिसाब से ना कम से कम भी ना 4-5। हेलो हेलो। ये लो, बोलो बोलो। क्या चीज़? हेलो, ऑडियो चेक करवा। तुम बोलो ना। हेलो 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 हेलो। No, why do you want? It is teacher. You think this? Hello, 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 hello. Test, 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 test. Hello. Test, test. Check. Hello, 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 hello. Test 1 2. Hello, hello, hello. Test 1 2. ऐसा इवेंट होता था ना, पूरी आवाज आ रही है, यहाँ तक आ रही है।
Hello, check 1 2. Hello, hello, check 1 2. Okay, ping.
I'm Faisal Anwar. I'm a new media artist and an interactive producer. My practice is inspired by hybrid art, emerging technologies, immersive environments, and data driven interventions. I'm thrilled to be invited as the curator for the third Karachi Biennale scheduled at the end of 2022. When the Karachi Biennale trustees approached me and we started conversations and discussions, 2 points really grabbed my interest. First, their mandate, which is to create public art presence and connect with cities and communities through art. And the second was their vision to be experimental and exploring contemporary digital mediums. This vision and keeping digital art in focus interests me a lot. For me, it's fascinating to live and work through the recent evolution in art movements and experience how technology is progressing, especially in the past 2 decades. We are going through a major shift across all disciplines and global cultures. Industries are merging and going through digital transformation. We are constantly evolving and exploring new ways to connect and reflect with the concerns of present times. I feel it's critical for us to ask these new questions, engage, collaborate, experiment, and reflect in ways that may change our present and future. I look forward to creating the next Karachi Biennial and connecting with all of you.
Hello. Hello. Check 1 2. Hello. Hello. Check 1 2. Hello. Check 1 2. Hello. Hello. Check 1 2. Hello. My check. Hello. Hello. Check 1 2. Hello. Okay. Hello. Check 1 2. Hello. Okay. हेलो ऑडियो वाला वो हमारी तरफ हमारे चलो 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 अच्छा बस इस एयर एहतियात था
As a curator, she initiated the Art Fest Karachi, an annual exhibition which was supported by the Sindh government. I would now like to invite you to the podium, Wahida.
Thank you, Sarah, for this huge introduction. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and sparing time for this seminar on a Sunday morning. Today, I will talk about the art history, which is very important subject when we really look at art in Pakistan and how we connect with the past, histories, the connection to the past. So I'm doing a critical analysis of art history in Pakistan. Most of the people, they always talk about the artworks in their conversations, and our art historians, they write about the artworks, but I am someone who is decoding their works, the art historians' works. So first of all, yeah. So when we talk about art history, first we have to look at the academia, what academia is doing in Pakistan and how academia has built art history as a subject and the course in Pakistani academia. So British government has set up 5 art schools in different cities of India. The focus of these schools was craft and industrial arts. Mayo School of Industrial Arts was set up in Lahore with the same intentions. The fine arts courses were not introduced in the schools until 60s. Fine arts department at the University of Punjab was already working under the leadership of Anna Molka Ahmed. This department was set up before partition. Anna Molka introduced Western art history in the curriculum, which was replicated by most of the art institutions in Pakistan, because many institutions were taken by her students who graduated from Punjab University. A course of Muslim art and architecture was also taught along with this study of ancient civilizations. NCA also initiated its Department of Academics to handle art history and other theory courses. Many Fulbright scholars were invited to teach at NCA during 60s and early 70s. The main focus was Western art history. Art history and Western narratives is infused in our curriculum to date. We are unable to set up any art history department. Our students know more about Western art than Pakistan's own art history and artists, which is sad. Now I would like to reflect upon the immediate past, how we shaped it in art history. So I will reflect upon the immediate past, actually. I will look at how we connect with the Hindustan and the art of Hindustan. So in Pakistan, art historical writings were produced in or after 1990s. However, the knowledge of the past is indispensable in terms of history. Art history in Pakistan was not valued. A proper version was missing for almost over 3 initial decades. However, the earliest concise survey, Art History in Pakistan, was written by Jalaluddin Ahmed in 1954. As the first writing on art of that time, it remained as an essential resource for later generations of art historians and art critics. It came at the stage when modern art was flourishing and taking its roots in the country. Therefore, the book by Jalaluddin Ahmed is considered as an essential, influential resource. His survey includes the chapters titled Heritage of History and Prehistory. It describes the glorious past and greatest artistic traditions of India, such as the Mughal miniature, Greco-Buddhist statuary, prehistoric Mohenjo-daro, and surviving folk tradition. While writing the historical background of the Indian subcontinent, Ahmad evaded the existence of pre-partition modernist contributions of Indian artists that led the actual modernist tradition in subcontinent. This ignorance provides evidence of discontinuation of Pakistani art from its immediate past of the 20th century. This discontinuation and divide are evident in the attitude of ignorance in Pakistani art history, which needs an in-depth investigation. It is also essential to take a closer look at it because the preceding art historians and critics frequently referred to Jalaluddin Ahmad's text as a critical document to read the past. Similarly, Hassan or Marcela Nisom Sirhandi contextualized and discussed the roots of modernism in India without the inclusion of earliest Indian modernists such as Rabindranath Tagore and Gagendranath Tagore. Alternatively, Ijazul Hasan wrote a description of how Rabindranath Tagore and his Indian nationalism has proven to be disaster to Indian art and its growth. Sirhandi wrote, I quote, the history of painting in the subcontinent became that of two nations instead of one. Contemporary development in painting couldn't be floated across borders. Moreover, Pakistani painters did not want to be influenced by Indian art, unquote. The earliest divide between the Indian and Pakistani art based on race, religion, and nationality, that is quite apparent from the above statement. The ascending refusal of accepting influence from Indian art interpreted as discontinuation from the past of subcontinent as one region. However, the inspiration is an integral part of creativity and mostly it is unintentional. The influence and inspirations cannot be determined by or controlled by physical boundaries or limitations. Sirhandi's description of the artistic environment shown as an element of boycott, hostility among Pakistani artists against the Indian counterparts. Naqvi rightly pointed out the negligence. Akbar, I'm talking about Akbar Naqvi here. He rightly pointed out the negligence of previous art historians relating to Greater India in his book, Image and Identity, Painting and Sculpture in Pakistan. I quote, even though 3 books have been published, the author either say nothing about Al-Hind or bypass it to claim that Pakistani art was directly related to the Indus Valley civilization. He wrote that the ancient Hindustan and pre-partition multiculturalism, both periods are the histories of the Indian subcontinent, which is shared by both India and Pakistan. In his interpretation of modernism in India, Naqvi discussed that the modernism arrived in India in the 1920s by the Gagendranath Tagore. He wrote that the modernism of Tagore was ahead of Amrita Shergill and Yamini Roy. One a Paris-trained artist and other a modern incarnation of the Bengal School of Art. Naqvi remained very judgmental while comparing various artists or groups of artists. On the one hand, Naqvi praised Tagore in comparison with Shergill and Roy. On the other hand, he raised the questions on the Tagore's legacy. He says that none of the artists followed Tagore in Pakistan or in India, which elucidates his value judgment and the refusal of the individuality of an artist. Partha Mitra wrote Art and Nationalism and Colonial India in 1994. He revisited the earliest modernist works of Indian artists in another book that was published in 2007. It was titled as The Triumph of Modernism, India's Artists and Avant-Garde between 1922 and 1947, in which he brought forward the paintings of Rabindranath Tagore and Gagendranath Tagore, depicting the true essence of modernism. He also analyzed the review of an exhibition from 1930s held at Avant-Garde Gallery to Theatre Pelage in Paris, where Rabindranath Tagore's paintings were considered as the pure paintings with the existing originality of the thought. Mittar argued about those paintings that they represented Indianness and characterized with cosmopolitanism. He also rejected all preconceived misinterpretations of the earlier writers about Tagore's art, which considered it as the derivative of Western modernism. Alternatively, Mittar claimed that the modernist paintings of Gagindranath were purely rooted in his own Indian soil and philosophy. In this context, he argues, I quote him, in the field of modernist art, we find three influential figures, the philosopher Henry Bergson and art historian William Warringer and novelist Leo Tolstoy, all of them intellectually engaging with the alternative traditions represented by Indian philosophy. Mittar referred to the genealogy of modernism in Western art to prove that modernism actually originated from the Indian philosophy. Its arrival to the Western world was very new and remained an inspiration for Western philosophers and writers. Therefore, he says that the art of the Tagore brothers was based on their own traditional Indianness. Naqvi criticized Mittar's argument in his book, saying that Gagindranath cannot be a true example of the Indian modernism because he only left a few paintings and nothing else on the record. Conversely, he suggested Shakir Ali as the alternate of Gagindranath, who fits into the argument because of his cubist experiments considered purely rooted in our own soil. Naqvi praised Shakir Ali and Zubaida Agha. He says, I quote him, they did not just use elements of Cubism and its development in Europe, they changed it to the extent that they could confidently claim to have contributed to its development in the East from their own cultural perspective, unquote. But Mittar's argument is based in the context of roots of modernism that existed in Indian philosophy. However, Naqvi rejected the links of Indian Cubism with Pakistani artists such as Zubaida Agha and Shakir Ali, who had been direct contact with the West. Who had been in the contact of West directly, and they created their own style without having any impact of earlier modernists of subcontinent. Naqvi referred Western modernism as the direct inspiration for Pakistani artists, rather than accepting its existence in our own culture, which is a sign of breakage from our own immediate past, also a sign of disconnection from the Indian history and philosophy of primitivism. In 2010, Iftikhar Dadi wrote Modernism and Muslim South Asia, and he explored the modernist works of three pioneering artists, Zainul Abidin, Zubaida Agha, and Shakir Ali. In this context, he followed Naqvi's suggestions of including Shakir Ali's work in the context of cosmopolitan model presented by Mittar. In my opinion, Dadi's work has a problematic title, Modernism and Muslim South Asia, under which he explored the works of only 5 Pakistani artists. He says that, I quote, the term cosmopolitanism and tradition gestures towards complexity of modern South Asian Muslim subjectivity, whose genealogy includes fragments from Persian humanism, Hindu and Buddhist mythology, the Orientalist construction of the discipline of Islamic art, colonial governmentality, 19th century theological and modernist reforms, modern pan-Islamic 20th century metropolitanism, and transnational artist modernism. Mid-20th century nationalism and developmentalism, and contemporary debates on race, gender, and globalization, unquote. If I look again at Mittar's model that was taken from ancient Indian philosophy developed through the centuries of South Asia, Dadi had only included one Bengali artist, Zainul Abidin, in his investigation and only mentioned few other names of active artists from East Pakistan. These names included as the names which were included are Isam Sultan, Hamidul Rahman, Muhammad Kibriya, Aminul Islam, and Novera Ahmed, for which he argues that his focus has been the West Pakistani art. Sirhandi included Babesh Chandra Sanyal, Amrita Shergill, and Anna Molka Ahmed in one category under section titled as Three Outsiders. However, B.C. Sanyal was a native Indian who came to Lahore in 1929 from Calcutta. He was appointed as vice principal of Mayo School of Art and remained in the same position until 1939. He left Lahore in 1947. His presence in Lahore remained very energetic. His personal studio was said to be very lively and became a center of art and artists of Lahore. Zubaida Agha, who is considered as the pioneer of modern art in Pakistan, remained a student at his studio. As stated by Sirhandi, Sanyal's years in Lahore had a significant impact on his painting style. However, Hassan noted Sanyal played a significant role in breaking the influence of watercolor paintings of English painters like Cotman and that of Shantiniketan and the Bengali school as a whole. The significant role of B.C. Sanyal to bring change in Lahore was completely ignored by others, including Jalaluddin Ahmed and Akbar Naqvi. Amrita Shergill, half Indian, half Hungarian artist, spent her short life between India and Europe, but decided to move to India when she was only 21 years old. Afterwards, she thoroughly indulged herself in the Indian soil and painted Indian life in a primitive style. She died in Lahore in 1941. Naqvi bypassed the importance of Shergill's work and her influence on Pakistani artists like Zubaida Agha and Shakir Ali, and he said she only came to die in Lahore. Anna Molka Ahmad, who was born to Polish and Russian parents, grew up in Lahore. After getting married to Sheikh Ahmad, she arrived in India before partition in 1939. The next year, they moved to Lahore from Amritsar. She was only 22 years old when she arrived in Lahore, where she died at the age of 78. She was a revolutionary woman, struggled for pioneering in an art institution in Lahore, and finally succeeded in founding the Fine Arts Department of the Punjab University. She also left a legacy of artists who were educated at the Department of Fine Arts. In addition to that, she was a dedicated teacher and a practitioner who had produced art throughout her life. Naqvi wrote that Anna Molka did not know anything about modern art. Nevertheless, Dr. Shaida Marzoor, a professor of fine arts at Punjab University, wrote a response to Naqvi's misinterpretation of Anna Molka Ahmad. She criticized Pakistani art historians and critics for using the term modern in a misleading way. According to her, the modernity, and modernism are three different terms. The term modern is interpreted in her text as something new, and therefore the works produced by Anna Molka were put into that context of modern by Shaida Manzoor. Now I would like to add something from post 1971 era and how Bengali artists were raised from the history. It is also one of the ruptures that happened in history of Pakistani art. So after the partition of Indian subcontinent in 1947, another split took place in 1971 in Pakistan. The East and West wings of the country were divided because of the political and lingual conflicts between the two. The Bengali speaking part was East Pakistan, which is now known as we interpreted East Bengal's love for their Bangla language of fanatic, which sprung from Sanskrit and Hindu culture. But West Pakistani Urdu was believed to be Islamic influence. He also wrote that Bengali artists had separated themselves in the nationalist shell. And they had followed Bengal culture of Rabindranath Tagore, which was suspect in the western part of Pakistan, and they were considered as other. In fact, the suspecting thinking, which Naqvi referred to, was inherited from the British historians of the colonial past, who had spread their own views about different races living in India. Dr. Mubarak Ali, the famous historian in Pakistan, writes that Bengalis were the most literate and politically aware people during the British rule, and they always raised their voice against any injustices in society. They also stood for their own rights. Therefore, they were associated as rebels and terrorists in the history written by Britishers, which was written and manipulated by British historians. Although raising the voice against any injustice in the society is not a sign of rebelliousness, but it is an emblem of enlightened nations. The propaganda spread by the British historians was a reason behind defaming Bengalis as an unfaithful nation or people. During the 24 years of the shared history of two states, Bengali artists had contributed a lot in the development of Pakistani art. However, they were not acknowledged but sidelined. We know more about Western art and artists, and less about the East Pakistani wing artists, and very little literature is available about their work. The only well-known artist who we know is Zainul Abidin, who is known as the father of modern art in Bangladesh. Ijazul Hassan revealed about the restrictions that he faced during the publishing of his book. He says, National Book Foundation had insisted that the section dealing with painters from East Pakistan had in 1971 seceded to form Bangladesh be removed from proposed publication. The above statement demonstrates an official act of erasure. However, Hassan clarified that he kept the draft of his book unchanged. He published it as it was written in the beginning. Jalaluddin Ahmad included many Bengali artists in his first survey of Pakistani art that was published in 1954 and revised in 1962. And it was before the 1971 when the split has taken place. Sirhandi reacted to Ahmad's praise for Bengali artists is quite surprising for me. She wrote, both the first edition of 1954 and 1962 revision suggested a bias in favor of abstract art and the work of East Pakistani painters, even though the 60s, a majority of Pakistanis felt that Dhaka had more and better painters than the western part of the country, unquote. Uh, she declared the superiority of the artists from Western Wing and believed those artists who participated in Agha's exhibitions, Zubaida Agha's exhibitions, were impressive only because of their direct interaction with the Western world where they were educated. The conspicuous criteria for being notable artists from East Pakistan shows an apparent bias, either educated from abroad or being recommended by a West Pakistani artist. This discrimination can be seen through Sirhandi's brief discussion on Zainul Abidin, and she considered his paintings as modified Cubist style or rearrangement taken from Bengali modernist works. Alternatively, I believe that his work should be considered as the evolution of modern painting in subcontinent and a continuation of earlier modernist style of Tagore, which was developed in India, was based upon primitivism and Indian philosophy. Sirhandi's book shows a clear geographical divide, and she grouped artists by their geographical existence. She used the title East Pakistani painters and discussed the works of Bengali artists who belonged to the then entire Pakistan, while Hassan's book doesn't limit artists in categories of gender, race, or religion. now I talk about Dadi, Iftikhar Dadi, who traced the genealogy of modernism and covered many aspects of Shakir Ali's modernism and the universal quality of his work. And Simon Willi traced Shakir's work in relation to his stay in Prague, Paris, London, and Lahore. However, the influences of Bengali artists Basit and Kibriya on the works of Shakir Ali remained undiscussed, and it was briefly mentioned in Sirhandi's book. Similarly, the elongated and simplified bodies with black outlines in Zainul Abidin's paintings can also be seen in Sadikan's works. Uh, so it was after 1971 what happened as a split, and now I would directly come to the contemporary scenario when 9/11 happened and the post 9/11 scenario, how it has just brought up a new kind of new Orientalist approach in art and art history. Actually, it's something that is happening in exhibitions, and when you write catalogs of exhibitions and when you just fulfill the demands of the Western institutions especially, so they kind of demand a certain kind of art coming from Pakistan and they support that kind of exhibition. So I just quote some exhibitions. I just discuss about these exhibitions after 9/11. So the first exhibition was Playing with a Loaded Gun, Contemporary Art in Pakistan. It was curated by Aica Int in 2005. She wrote in her catalogue, it was destined to examine nation's most difficult social, cultural, and political issues using paradoxically, beautifully, and playful techniques and materials. What do these artists want to tell, and to which public? Together, the works and Playing with a Loaded Gun offers a critique of Pakistani politics and society. So it really reflects kind of demand that is being fulfilled. Second exhibition is titled as Karkhana, Contemporary Collaboration, curated by Hamad Nasser at Aldrich Contemporary Art Museum in USA. Another exhibition was Desperately Seeking Paradise, curated by Salima Hashmi in 2008, which bristles, the catalog says, it bristles with fresh ideas, iconic commentaries, and musing on what is it to be a Muslim society in 21st century. Hanging Fire, Contemporary Art from Pakistan was another exhibition curated by Salima Hashmi, and it was actually marked the 11th September 2009 in USA. The exhibition was taking place in USA. So it is also very political and very new Orientalistic, in a very new Orientalistic approach. So I want to just go into the idea of new Orientalism and Orientalism, how Edward Said has elucidates the difference between the British and American Orientalism. He says that Britain had a direct experience of being a colonizer of the Orient and also had a long time imperial role in India. On the other hand, US has never been a colonizer, but it is a Western superpower. It has a superiority on the others in terms of technology, weapons and political organization. Therefore, must also have a culture of superior to that the country is weaker or once being the colonies of the West. To Said, the American Orientalism is politicized because of the presence of Israel. They always propagate the negativity against Muslim countries. He also discussed the role of Western media and Hollywood in exaggerating the picture of Islamic countries as terrorists. This picture is always very exotic and negative. So the same was happening, like artists were talking in a different manner in their works, but it was taken by the Western media, because I have been reading a lot of articles about it. So the historical narrative was becoming a new Orientalistic, it was coming with a new Orientalistic approach, and that must be, I think, recorded in the future as a new Orientalist kind of approach in art history. So I was just concerned about these few things, and I look forward to some suggestions. I'm not concluding it, actually. I don't want to conclude because it's an ongoing process. So what I have covered in this paper is a break from the immediate past, modernism in Indian art history, and connecting with Muslim art of the Indian subcontinent, new and I also talked about new Oriental approach in art, which is coming now. I have few suggestions, actually. There is a need of art history departments where research-based education could be provided in the local context, and rethinking and rewriting are the ways of exploration which may be used in the field of art history. And actually, this seminar is one of the ways where we can explore and share our ideas. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Wahida. Can you hear me at the back? So, I thought that was very insightful on how she spoke about Edward Said, Ijazul Haq, Ijazul Hassan, and Akbar Naqvi, and of course, Iftikhar Dadi. From here?
You can, okay.
Yeah, so, but more than that, I mean, because I'm also rooted in developing a curriculum for fashion and textiles, and that is also something that I face, and I'm always looking into conversations like this. And although I do teach art history, and I am one of those who can be held accountable for teaching just history based on Western cultures, and that is why I started kind of reclaiming and retaking art history 1, because that's the part where I talk about the local context. And there's one way, because my students are seeped into the fashion and textiles world. And that is one thing that I started working on and developing, is a curriculum which is based within the local context. So although we do, and like you mentioned how Anna Molka introduced the Western curriculum and how it was then replicated and still exists today, that is something similar that we have in the fashion and textiles world, where we are rooted in a curriculum which was developed by the French university, who introduced the Pakistan Institute of Fashion Design, now PSFD. And I was very lucky to be invited by a university who allowed me to play with the curriculum. And it is connected with a university in Istanbul, Turkey. But they allowed me to engage with the local context. And so we've been really working very hard on developing a local a curriculum which also engages with local context, the local jargons, the vernacular. And one such, and just aapne isme kaha tha in your suggestions that we need to develop more conversations, we also need to take our students out. And this is something that we've started doing recently. Every semester, we make sure that we take them to workshops with the artisans. They work with the artisans. They go explore the locals. In fact, the shirt that I'm wearing today is from one of the very like when we go to Bhiksha, I always see the locals wearing prints like this, their ghagras and their kurtas. And I said, I need to go and buy this. And we went into one of those very narrow markets in Hala, and we bought this. And now everybody who sees this says, which brand is this? And I'm saying it's Hala. It's a local print that you do not get to see anywhere. So thank you for this talk, because really we do need to reclaim our own identity, and it's all right to sort of engage with the colonial context. We cannot undo it. We can accept it, we can embrace it, we can navigate around it, and also reclaim our past and work with it and move forward. Now I'll open the session to any questions that you may have for Wahida. Ji, answer.
Thank you. Well, I'll start by congratulating you and thanking you for this truly insightful presentation. With regards to ruptured histories, I wonder if you'd agree, and I really liked your recommendation of establishment of history departments in all learning institutes. So in terms of ruptured histories, I think there is another level of rupture. And I'm so pleased that you talked about textiles, that the rupture between the history of the arts. So art history tends to be the history of painting, for example, of sculpture, for example, and it doesn't quite encompass filmmaking. Mm-hmm. It doesn't quite encompass textiles. It doesn't quite encompass other forms, maybe performing arts. So the point in reference that I wanted to bring here was, for example, Zahir Rehan from East Pakistan, who was born in 1937, was a novelist, was a painter, a sculptor, a printmaker, and a filmmaker. And he was Pakistan's first colored movie was directed and produced by him. But he was more than that. He was also a political activist. So in early 1972, he became one of the victims of enforced disappearance. And he is still considered as a disappeared person. So I guess that rupture needs to be healed also and addressed. That when we talk about art history, it ought to encompass all other histories as well, all other forms of arts, whether it is architecture, whether it is textiles, even writing, performing arts. The other point in reference is that it might be surprising for some of the audiences today that at one point in history of Pakistan, we actually used to have a national representative of classical dancing, Bulbul Chowdhury from Dhaka. And he established Institute of Classical and Contemporary Dance in Dhaka. Similarly, Rajshahi School of Contemporary Arts predated many of the contemporary arts institutions in Pakistan. Similarly, Faculty of Contemporary Arts of the University of Dhaka, it started back in 1942. So I think we need to factor many of those things in order to make the lineage. And also, I think it's a tradition of remembrance as well, as you very rightly said, in terms of reclaiming the plurality and the diversity of various sources that form the identity or identities.
Thank you. Any comment or a question that you might have for Wahida?
Thank you, Wahida. So it's more of a comment if you would like to elaborate on it. So I'm just adding to what you and Saira mentioned. I think especially within the curricula, I've noticed with my experience in teaching that either, so we fall into, unfortunately, we follow binary. So either the courses are very West-centric or they become a little too local, very East-centric. So I've been thinking about how important it is for art historians and sometimes for historians of science as well, because art and science often intersect together with respect to materials and processes, to look at not, let's say, the point of origin and then the point of arrival, but the path that an object takes before it arrives to a destination. Because those paths then create lots of knowledges with respect to different people, skills, methods, and different things it comes in interaction with. So perhaps we could focus on curricula that is globalized in its approach, but also focusing on these pathways that create lots of knowledges, rather than saying that, let's say, object A is like this because the origin was like that, or it's now functioning as a particular something because it's reached at an arrival. So maybe we could look at the routes that different objects can take. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want
Yeah.
to
With
add
respect to the origin
something.
and then the arrival.
Yeah, I just want to add, if we have an art history department, then if we are doing research with the students, they can take their own paths. They can take their own way of research that could include interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary things into it. So it's not necessary that we should limit them in Pakistani art history. So art history is one part, but a theory-based department is needed where one could do their own kind of research. So it could be one of the ways to cope with this problem. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to add, in Shakir Ali, when he became the principal, he took his students to Swat. And that was the trip, as some of the students of that time report, an eye-opener. And as has been said here earlier, he was looking at textiles, wood carvings. He was looking at their, customs, their costumes, everything. And it was not something divorced from visual arts. It was something that would be assimilated, and then whichever way the students wanted to use it in their expression. So I think this is probably the path that we could take, is give knowledge, give information, and see where it takes you.
Exactly.
Because otherwise it becomes too dogmatic and, stereotyped.
Yeah, thank you.
I think that would be the last comment. We could take one more question or a comment. Okay, Nagin, and then we'll wrap up.
Thank you. You mentioned neo-Oriental towards the end. Would you like to elaborate a little bit more about that?
Orientalist approach as something that is seen from the lens of the Asia is seen from the lens of Westerners. So again, the same thing is happening, but we are becoming the tool of that kind of perception building in art especially. So new Oriental is one kind of new kind of Orientalism that is taking place in the West, and the demands are coming for such exhibitions. When you just send a simple exhibition proposal, that is not really getting accepted. So they demand for certain kind of art and artists, and that is being fulfilled by some curators. Of course, we have to run business. So that is how it is building, and that lens is getting wider, and maybe this could be part all those texts, and the next narratives could be with that lens. I think that was my point.
So be it Orientalist, audio Orientalism, it's always about the exotic. If you're talking about the art market.
Exoticism,
So,
of course,
it's sad.
with the lens of the West.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so we're now commencing into the second session of the morning. This particular session is bifurcated. It's branching into two sessions, one by Dr. Samina Iqbal and the other one by Dr. Sinha Raja. And but it has a shared thematic. Dr. Sina Raja from Sri Lanka and Dr. Samina Iqbal from Pakistan will share their research on the pioneers of the modern art movement in South Asia and expand on how the modernist idiom was perceived as a radical tool to articulate the struggles of the freedom movement and present a vision of an independent future. Dr. Samina Iqbal will be presenting first. Her paper will deliberate on the conditions that led to the founding of the Lahore Art Circle in Pakistan and analyze its members' engagement with the syntax of Western abstract movements of the 20th century. Furthermore, the discussion will address if such entanglement with Western art movements was an effort to decolonize art in the wake of colonialism, or if it was to distinguish the nation state of Pakistan modern, not dwelling in the romance of its Mughal past. But I would like to take this opportunity to first introduce you. So Samina Iqbal is an artist, an art historian, curator, researcher, and academic, currently working as associate professor at the Lahore School of Economics, Pakistan. She has previously taught at Appalachian State University, North Carolina, Beacon House National University, Lahore, and Virginia Commonwealth University, Richmond. She received her BFA from the National College of Arts in Lahore in 1997, an MFA from the University of Minnesota in 2003, and a PhD in art historical studies from the Virginia Commonwealth University, Richmond in 2016. Her research interest is modern and contemporary art of Pakistan. Her PhD thesis was focused on exploring the development of modern art in Pakistan in the first decade of its establishment through an artist collective called Lahore Art Circle. She is currently, or rather I'd say you are, currently working on extending research by undertaking a comparative study of what modern art entailed for other neighboring countries of Pakistan, including the Manessa region, while examining the respective purposely open-ended dialectical tensions between international, national, and local stylistic concerns of the region, a parallel dialogue to the Western canon. Besides her academic engagement, she also works as an independent researcher for the Asia Art Archive, Hong Kong, and currently working on digitizing Zerul Akhlaq's archive. I will now welcome you to this podium. Thank you. Light है क्या कितनी चलती है मैं नहीं पढ़ सकूंगी थोड़ी सी लाइट. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you everyone for coming today. I would like to thank all the organizers and team of Karachi Biennale for arranging this platform to exchange ideas and for allowing me to share my own research and participate in this much needed discourse. I start by posting a couple of questions to my audience here, which I myself have been exploring and researching. How does one understand, interpret, and define decolonization in the context of modern art of Pakistan? And I think throughout my presentation, I'm going to make hints towards it and conclude talking about what my take is on decolonization. In my presentation today, titled Sense and Sensibility of Lahore Art Circle, I will share my exploration of the modern art of Pakistan in its formative years through the works of a small but dynamic artist collective called Lahore Art Circle, active between 1952 to 58. Before I embark on introducing Lahore Art Circle, I want to step back and give a brief overview Thank you. Sorry. So before I embark on introducing Lahore Art Circle, I want to step back and give a brief overview of the art scene of colonial India, because Lahore Art Circle did not introduce modern art to Pakistan, and the art in Pakistan did not spring up with the partition of Indian subcontinent in 1947. Colonial India already had experienced a series of multiple modern art movements introduced in the artistic arena time and again with the rise and fall of political movements. Modernism in colonial India first took the form of intellectual ideas
that developed with colonialism and later were used as a tool of resistance against colonialism. In fact, it is very much tied to its pre-colonial and colonial past. Therefore, without the context, the dialogue cannot proceed. I then briefly talk about the prevalent art practices in the nascent post-colonial society of Pakistan, so I can better contextualize and ground the conditions perpetuating a different mode of thinking in the formative years of Pakistan. Lahore Art Circle's contribution were to provide a distinct stamp of modernism as the first generation of Pakistani modern artists who became the precursor of the contemporary art of Pakistan in the global art world, as you see thriving today. Having said this, by no means in this 45 minutes presentation, I will be able to give you a full picture of or the full art history of Indian subcontinent or even Pakistan, but I will attempt to touch upon important junctures and paradigm shifts that happens in the art history of colonial India and then Pakistan. My presentation is subjective and will probably leave out many important artists. That is only because of time constraint and my own selection. In the context of Indian subcontinent, the fine art needs to be first analyzed in the light of the intellectual ideas that developed in tandem with colonialism and then were resistant to the colonial era, which has been spelled out by such intellectuals and artists as Raja Ravi Verma, Gagendranath Tagore, Abindranath Tagore, Jamni Roy, Amrita Shergill, Abdurrahman Chughtai, and even Zainal Abidin. Indian art has always been rich, eclectic, and hybrid due to its merger with the various cultures and civilizations. The fine art field has time and again experienced several waves of modernism due to political conditions of India, or we may call constellations of modern trajectories in conjunction with the modernity, which does not necessarily parallel the modern movements of the West after its industrial revolution. Therefore, the plural use of the term modernisms in the context of Indian subcontinent does not refer and align with the classic use of modern art movement of the West. Instead, it is directly related to modernity that relays specific forms of consciousness with the unique and dynamic political scene of colonial and then national India. Indian art historian Geeta Kapoor notes, and I quote, "Modernism has a paradoxical value involving a continuously double take. Sometimes it serves to make indigenous issues and motifs progressive, and sometimes it seems to subvert it, not nationalism, than that on which it rests and purports to grow, that is tradition." End quote. Kapoor nicely sums up the back and forth interchange between the use of tradition and modernity, both for and against colonialism and Indian nationalism. This slide pretty much captures or encapsulates several different parallel modern tendencies, or one may call modernisms, in the art scene of colonial India at the turn of the 20th century. Starting from Raja Ravi Verma, who takes up oil painting on easel and establishes his practice in the European academic style of painting to initiate a modernist discourse. Gagendranath Tagore was the first Indian artist to engage with the Western modern trends of abstract art or cubism in the 1920s, being part of the 1922 exhibition of Bauhaus artists that was held in Calcutta. His work suddenly attracted a lot of attention, but not in a positive sense. It was hard for the colonial art critics to comprehend and accept that an Indian artist can attempt to make art in a language that was not Indian. The English art historian W.G. Archer labeled his work as bad imitation of Picasso, or what Partha Mitter terms as Picasso monkey syndrome, indicative of the complex and unfair discourse of authority, hierarchy, and power. And there are many more examples of such attitudes that still continues to prevail in the West towards the non-Western artist. One example was when Shamsa moved to London, one of the members of the Lahore Art Circle, and he had an exhibition in London, and one of the critic, he writes about his work and he says that when Shamsa was in Pakistan, he was making very derivative paintings, and moving to London has really opened up his mind. Going back, Abhindranath Tagore, student of E.B. Havel, well-versed in European academic painting, reverts to traditional Indian miniature painting and initiates the Bengal school in order to project Indian nationalism. His single image titled Mother India became the emblem of Hindu nationalism. The female figure is rendered in washes with only a slight inclination towards naturalism, which is coming from his earlier training in European academic style. The image is also, unlike the rendering of typical Mughal miniature aesthetic, such as big, long, almond-shaped, half-closed eyes with sharp features. It clearly exemplifies the common face of a Bengali woman. Indian art historian Tapita Goha Thakurta, she posits, and I quote, "The dividing lines between westernized and nationalist painting, between an imitative academic art and a creative Indian art were often more ideological than actual. They were consciously reared to sustain the new wave and nationalist identity of Abhinandranath Tagore's movement," end quote. Jamni Roy, a Bengali painter and student of Abhinandranath Tagore, also trained in the European academic tradition at the Calcutta Art School, broke away from the naturalism of European style and started to experiment with the folk painting styles of Kalighat and Bengal Patwa tradition. Roy reverted to a primitivist style of modern painting, using it as a particular Indian response of turning its back on colonial culture, which developed into his modern syntax. Rabindranath Tagore did not have any formal training in drawing or painting, but his imagination and spiritual intellect was the driving force behind his work. Because he was not bound to any school, his work appears to be free of any specific style, convention, or tradition that was Indian. His paintings are small-scale, free-spirited, bold, and expressionist, depicting simple distortions to convey his idea of truly modern art as freedom of mind. Amrita Shergill, a progressive modern artist who did not believe in confining her art practice only to tradition, introduces another modern idiom in which she translates her training in Paris in naturalism to the needs of Indian subject matter. Amrita was convinced that it was pivotal for Indian artists to look back to the tradition of ancient Indian art, but it was also important to be aware of the artistic practices of the West. She advocated that Indian artists should draw from Eastern and Western aesthetics, as Western artists had benefited, and shape the modern art of the West by looking into Eastern artistic practices. She was critical of the Bengal school and argued, and I quote, "Art should be reviewed in its international context, for it was the only way to enrich our national art. Were our artists to seek inspiration from modern Western art, just as the modern discovered a new means of self-expression through the study of Eastern sculpture and painting, not only would they infuse new life into Indian painting, but would help them really to understand the underlying principles of the ancient art of their country." End quote. Abdur Rahman Chughtai, a well-established artist from Lahore, in his earlier painting, and I'm referring to keeping you in the loop, is like, referring to British India. He employed Hindu religious themes such as Arjun the Victor that you're seeing on the screen. The use of color in his painting is muted, but typical of the reds and ochres of the Indian color palette of Mughal miniature painting. The features are stylized, and the use of rhythmical curvilinears is signature style. The flat painted background makes no reference to any space in time. Later on, with the Swadeshi movement oriented towards Hindu nationalism being the driving force of Hindu nationalism, there were shifts in attitude in colonial India. Chughtai was also affected by these changes, and his response to the Swadeshi movement reflects a shift towards Islamic tradition. He started to create paintings with reference to the nostalgia of the glorious pre-colonial past of the Muslim Mughal rulers. Here I would like to quote art historian Partha Mitter, and he says, and I quote, "The Swadeshi ideology of art, a reflection of militant Hindu nationalism, tended to privilege Hindu culture as the kernel of the Indian nation, thereby disinheriting other communities. Such developments created a feeling of unease among the Muslims. Abdurrahman Chughtai, an outstanding Muslim painter from Lahore, represents the awakening of Muslim political and cultural identity in India, partly in response to Hindu cultural nationalism, end quote. Now I move on to talk about the partition and what is the art scene in Pakistan right after partition. So the partition of Indian subcontinent on August 14, 1947, a watershed moment in the history of Indian subcontinent, which marked not the end of nearly 2 centuries of colonial rule and divided the region into 2 nations, India and Pakistan. The partition was not only of the land, the governing apparatuses, financial wealth, private institutes, but also the hearts and minds of people. Every aspect of life in the newly established society was in a state of flux. The establishment scrupulously focused on constructing new government institutions as well as restructuring existing ones. The process encompassed the reorganization of cities, reallocations of properties, resettlement of refugees, and reformulation of the educational systems and industrial infrastructures. These were the conditions of the nascent country. Among the millions of migrants were several visual artists as well, who ended up settling in big cities, including Lahore, Karachi, and of course, Bangladesh. When Pakistan was established, there were 3 major cities, which later became the centers of art. However, Lahore, because of its geographical location and the rich history, was like Calcutta, one of the subcontinent's center of art, culture, and literature. After the establishment of Pakistan, it became the artistic capital of a capital because of Mayo School of Art and the Department of Fine Arts at the University of Punjab. Artists like Samindranath Gupta, a student of Abhindranath Tagore, was teaching at the Mayo School of Art. Babesh Chandra Sanyal was another modern artist who also had his own studio in Lahore at that time. Then we say slightly a few years later, we see development of art in Karachi and Dhaka as well. But Quaid-e-Azam relocated his neighbor and friend, artist Faizi Rahmin, right at the time of partition to initiate art activities in the industrial city of Karachi. So he relocated him to Karachi. The third city is, of course, Dhaka in East Pakistan. It is where the well-known artist from colonial times, Zainul Abidin, who won overnight fame in British India, resided. However, I would only focus on the Lahore Art Circle because that is the locus of my talk. However, I wanted to show you parallel trends that's happening in Pakistan overall. So with the partition, the fine art took another turn when nationalism and religion played a vital role in defining another kind of modernism. So looking at this, the parallel trajectories that we are seeing that flows into Pakistan, especially to Lahore. Like I mentioned earlier, Chughtai becomes the most important artist because he is the bridge between the colonial and post-colonial times that we are referring to. So Chughtai's Mughal and Persian literary themes for his painting can be understood as a form of resistance both to colonialism as well as to Hindu dominance. It was Abdurrahman Chughtai and his reconstruction of the classical artistic tradition of Muslim India under new conditions that put him on the national map. He looked not to Paris, nor did he dwell into the unconscious. The sap of his art came from his nostalgia for the eroding culture of his ancestors. As I have shown earlier in the slide of pre-India, or sorry, the British India, that is indicative of the hybridity that Homi Bhabha calls the third space. This approach was a tool that unsettles and destabilizes the hegemony of the colonizer and empowers the colonized to subvert the power dynamics of the colonizer, thus enabling the colonized to establish the third space that empowers them to perpetuate an expression that is his or her voice. Besides Chughtai, we have Ustad Ala Bakhsh, a self-taught artist in European academic style, who was also teaching at the Mayo School of Art. Second institute was the Department of Art at the University of Punjab, right across Mayo School of Art and Craft, which was run by Anna Molka. a British artist living in British India who was appointed as the head of the department before the partition of Indian subcontinent. Anna Malka herself painted in post-impressionistic style, impressionistic styles with socialist themes, sorry. Faizi Rahmin, who I already mentioned, was relocated to Karachi, was trained in European academic style under the famous painter John Singer Sargent, but later switched to Bengal school style upon his return to India. Another prominent figure was Zainul Abidin from East Pakistan, already a well-known artist for his economical drawings. Then we have Zubaida Agha, and without mentioning Zubaida Agha, I don't think we can proceed to talking about modern art in Pakistan. So she was not formally trained in art initially, but after her graduation, she learned painting from B.C. Sanyal and then from an Italian war prisoner by the name of Mario Pellegrini, who happened to be in Lahore at that time and claimed to be a former student of Picasso. Zubaida spent several months learning the abstract language from him in the years 1946 to 47. 1946 to 48. After partition, she held a group show in Karachi where Zubaida showed her abstract paintings, which received quite harsh reviews. Atiya Begum, wife of Faizi Rahmin, a woman of intellectual stature, who was also who wrote a very harsh review of Agha's exhibition in the local newspaper, calling her work as adult type, fit for asylum. And many writers came to Zubaida Agha's defense, not necessarily that they understood her work, but to encourage whatever new form of art she was introducing. This controversy stayed in newspaper for the next several months, although her exhibition was only up for a week. And so the idea that I'm projecting here is that it was not easy for the public of Pakistan to accept the syntax of abstract art in Pakistan. And I want to say a lot more about Zubaida, but because of the time constraint, I want to come to Lahore Art Circle. So these are the situation. This is the situation where, like, adding up. And here we have the arrival of Shakir Ali in Pakistan. So Shakir Ali, an artist and a teacher, an intellectual, was a key figure in the art history of Pakistan, who became the harbinger of modern abstract art movement in the first decade of Pakistan's establishment. During his formal art training in British India, Shakir became well-versed in Bengal school and European academic style of painting, as well as the aesthetics of Indian Ajanta cave paintings. He was one of the few artists who went to London from British India in 1946 to further his education in studio arts. After studying in London, in Czech Republic, and briefly working in André Lote's studio in Paris, returned to Karachi in 1951. He started teaching at the Parsi Veerabaiji High School and then joined Mayo School of Art in 1952 as a faculty member. Because of his intellectual nature, he immediately bonded with the Lahore Literary Circle. And being the only artist trained in Europe, he also became the center of attraction for all the younger artists. I want to quote Safdar Mir, professor of English literature, who brilliantly captures the situation of the founding of Lahore Art Circle. And I quote, Shakir joined the Mayo School of Art, and what is more important, came across a small group of very young and very violent enthusiasts of paintings. These young painters had similar problems and similar attitudes towards their solution. They're all iconoclasts, individualists, and breakers of traditions, mad. They were young, they believed in doing whatever they pleased. New experiences and an expanded scope had come their way. A new nation was trying to forge itself into a unity to face the challenges of freedom, end quote. Park Tea House and Coffee House, which was very close to Mayo School of Art, became two popular hotspots for the gatherings of these writers, poets, visual artists, actors, directors, and film producers. This is where they all interacted and had debates around the social and political situation of the nascent country. The young artists, vigilant and sensitive to their new surroundings, which was the new country, were struggling to find a new language, a new trajectory for their artistic expression. It was during this time that the young artists felt the need to create a platform for the exchange of ideas and knowledge that would encourage critical thinking, debate, and discussion on various matters of art and politics. Hence, Shakir became the tacit mentor for the young cohorts. And along with other 5 young artists, including Sheikh Safdar Ali, Muin Najmi, Sayyid Ali Imam, Ahmad Parvez, Anwar Jalal Shamsa, founded the Lahore Art Circle. Shortly after its founding, 2 women artists, Mariam Habib and Razia Feroz, also joined the group. Salim Shahid, who worked for Radio Pakistan, was the first general secretary of Lahore Art Circle. The group provided a support system of assurances to each other in a time when there was a scarcity of exhibition venues, galleries, viewership, and constructive criticism. Through Shakir, Lahore Art Circle members saw the hope to find a new visual syntax, something quite different and away from the prevalent practices. Safdar Mir again captures this brilliant situation. And I quote, "The young Pakistani artists felt that what they had inherited from their past was too static, self-satisfied, smug, non-violent, and vegetarian. The colors washed too often and gave an impression of bleaching. The lines melodious, sugary, cloying, velvety, flowing, and metaphysically inane. The art of painting expressed none of the conflicts and tensions of a vigorous community facing the challenges of the post-war world." End quote. The young artists considered the prevalent art practices stale and static because they were either confined to mimetic representations or romantic and allegorical views of the glorious past of Muslims that was limited and could not address a wider audience across the globe. Furthermore, the idea of producing an art of pretty pictures in the traditional painting practices during such a time of chaos, unrest, and anxiety for the future seemed out of place and unreal. Here, I want to take a second and show you a few examples of the works of these artists before the founding of Lahore Art Circle. So this is just to sort of give you an idea what are they doing before the founding of Lahore Art Circle. So this is Shakir Ali, Shamsa, and unfortunately there are very few examples available of their British India time when they were working. So for the members of Lahore Art Circle, the real task was not to recall the past, like I said earlier, but to move the practices in a new direction, a progressive direction compatible with the rest of the world. They wanted to explore their individual interest in alternative styles, subjects, and techniques through adopting a range of idioms that were both modern and germane to Pakistan. And I'm now going to show you the shift in their work that happens after the founding of Lahore Art Circle, after the founding of Pakistan. So Shakir, and I'm just going to flip through these slides. So this kind of gives you, and I'm going to make another point here. This is why I'm trying to show you quite a few number of works of each artist. And here I'm going to stop for a second. So Shakir's view about modern art, which he believed was a combination of play of line, color, and form employed to express a mood rather than a story, inspired the young artists. Under Shakir Ali's mentorship, Lahore Art Circle members deviated from the traditional practices of miniature painting, European naturalism, and Bengal school style to incorporate a range of stylistic elements of modernist movements of 20th century, such as post-impressionism, abstraction, cubism, and Disca, into their practices to establish a modern idiom grounded in South Asia. I want to mention here that most of the LSE member, Lahore Art Circle's member, themselves were trained either in European academic style or Bengal school style, as I have shown you the slides earlier. Lahore Art Circle did not hold on to a neat order that would guide and define the fashion that its adherents were following in terms of subject matter, style, and technique. The continuous shift between still life, figurative, and landscape painting among the members that sometimes alternated between realistic, abstract, and semi-abstract subjects represent what I call heuristic modernism. And this is a term that I have introduced to encapsulate the work of these artists. By heuristic modernism, I'm referring to their continuous experimentation and evolution of the work. To further complicate this new trajectory, which engages with both the Eastern and Western aesthetics, back and forth switch between realism and abstraction is what I perceive as notions of entropy in the artistic practices of these artists, which has been considered as, ironically, or sadly, I should say, derivative and delayed by the Western canon of art history, resulting in an exclusion of the modern art history of the peripheries. I want to take a moment to explain what I mean when I'm saying entropy, and I think something that I'm going to make a point for decolonization here as well. Let me just give you an example of what entropy is in Robert Smithson, an American sculptor's word. An example is, imagine a box half full with white sand and the other half with black sand. A little boy begins to run around the enclosure in a clockwise direction, kicking up the sand as he goes and mixing together dark grains with light. He's then told to reverse his course and run counterclockwise. This will certainly do nothing to undo the movement towards uniformity and resort the two colors into separate fields. As his legs continue to churn, the process of entropy will irreversibly only progress and deepens. I find this is a good example when we talk about decolonization, and I will come back to it momentarily. Although the members of Lahore Art Circle developed and worked in diverse styles, there were a number of underlying goals common between them. The artists developed a productive dialogue through their work. For example, if one artist presented an idea of exploring a certain subject matter, the rest would reflect upon it in individual ways. Ideas were continuously reflected and refracted between the members, thus developing a discourse on various issues of abstraction, stylization, and aesthetics. As you can see in this slide is the example, the theme of Anarkali, a famous Mughal courtesan from Akbar's era, 16th century, notorious for having an affair with both Akbar and his son Jahangir. God knows what is true, which ended in the sad demise of Anarkali being entombed alive in a wall by Akbar. The two artists responded in very different ways. It shows the range of styles that reflects the dialogue between the artists through their works and the development of individual styles, rather than upholding a monolithic movement. And there are several other comparisons that is part of my larger research project. I want to sort of going towards the conclusion, want to tell you during the active period of Lahore Art Circle, which was from 1952 to 58, I'm going to drop another hint here, which is the involvement of the soft cultural policy of the United States here. There were 4 exhibitions credited to Lahore Art Circle as a group. Not all Lahore Art Circle artists exhibited together, but they exhibited in groups of 2 and 3, and only once established as a group of 6. The first 2-person show Lahore Art Circle held was for Anwar Jalal Shamsa and Sheikh Safdar Ali at the United States Information Center, Murray, in 1953. So here's a food for thought, like what is the role of United States Information Center? And actually they sponsored the other 3 exhibitions as well. So I have just slightly touched upon it because we don't have time to go into detail. It's another paper for another time. Lahore Art Circle did not establish a singular style, as I mentioned before, but the diverse way. Therefore, instead of trying to join them or considering them that they invented like a single modern art movement would not be a justified way to look at their work. What is more convincing is to unite them in terms of many questions they were empirically posing through their art, questions that would preclude only one direction. Lahore Art Circle was founded on its members' common belief to have the freedom to create art without yielding to pressures and to develop the pictorial equivalents or to produce the pictorial equivalents of an Islamic art or traditional art practices. They did not want it to take any of these pressures. Their disposition was towards the international modernism, and instead of being attached to any one singular Western art movement of modernism, they were looking at various examples of art movements in Paris, Munich, London, and New York. They were inspired by the larger modernist language and movements of international abstraction, such as grid-inspired structures, rejection of representational illusions, use of straight edge shapes, with simplified line drawing, use of flat and heavily textures, vivid colors. Thus, Lahore Art Circle painters invented an innovated and multifaceted visual idiom of modernism. One may wonder what was the goal of these artists, as I have repeated several times, which is of course obvious, but I wonder if their trajectory to adapt a modern syntax which had antecedents in the Western art movements of 20th century indeed was an effort to part ways from the colonial past, and can it be called an attempt to decolonize, or were they successful in doing so? I see their practice moving in the direction of abstract art to engage with the international art as a way to shed the old colonial skin and be on equal footing with the rest of the world. In conclusion, I will posit that the double burden of rejecting the colonial past and yet embracing the nostalgia of the glorious Islamic past of the Mughal period was at the core of the nationalist agenda of the newly formed nation state of Pakistan. However, Lahore Art Circle members' work, although produced during the most volatile period of Pakistani history, did not conform to these nationalistic or Islamic agenda of the newly established country. Instead, the hybrid syntax of their work provide a distinctive case study of international modernism and negotiations of localized approaches towards adapting a distinctly modern art outside mainstream Western modernism, yet nonetheless informed by some of its major objectives and developments. Their works can be considered as reflecting a hybrid identity of bridging secular and modern worlds. In fact, the diversity in each member's work signifies the fact that there was not a single approach that could have become the foundation for the group. In retrospect, it appears that they actually teamed up to preclude one foundation. So they were able to create works that would pose questions rather than answer to their practices. Having said this, I also want to argue that these artists very much valued and understood the establishment of Pakistan, and that became very much obvious when they made the second group, which I'm not going to talk at length, but just mentioning it. This happened in London. The second group was made in London in 1958, which was called as Pakistan Group London. American Indian anthropologist Arjun Appaduraya, in his article titled Playing with Modernity, very nicely argues that decolonization cannot be simply comprehended as dismantling of colonial habits and modes of life, but rather must engage in a dialogue with the colonial past, as there is no turning back to pre-colonial times. And I want to emphasize that. There was no way for the Lahore Art Circle members to return to or rediscover an absolute pre-colonial cultural purity after partition, and nor was it possible for them to create national and regional formations entirely independent of their historical position in the European colonial enterprise. I'm going to end my presentation here with a quote from Rabindranath Tagore, which is one of my favorite quotes, which he quoted in one of his lectures in Japan sometime between 1912 to 1915. And I quote, "Modernism is not in the dress of the European, in the hideous structures where their children are interned when they take lessons, or in the square houses with flat, straight wall surfaces, pierced with parallel lines of windows, where these peoples are caged in their lifetime. Certainly modernism is not in their ladies' bonnets, carrying on them loads of incongruities. These are not modern, but merely Europeans. True modernism is freedom of mind, not slavery of taste. It is the independence of thought and action, not tutelage under the European schoolmasters." End quote. Thank you.
Thank you, Samina. Now we have a few minutes for questions. If you raise your hand, I can bring the mic.
Thank you, Samina. That was a really fabulous presentation. I wanted to ask, why was Zubeda Agha not part of Lahore Art Circle? And what was her interaction with the group if she chose to stay apart from it?
Yeah, so one is that one is the timeline that's crossing, but then also the social conditions at that time. Zubeda Agha's brother was a very famous critic, or I should say like a writer. Hamid, am I right? Like is Hamid, do we say Hamid? Hamid Agha. And what I hear is that, you know, it was not encouraged by the family that she mingle with other people, but then also the fact that she was crisscrossing paths with them because she went to Paris then. I don't remember the exact date, but yeah, I think the simple reason was that, you know, it was just that time where women didn't very much interacted. In fact, the two women that I showed, Mariam Habib and Razia Feroz, are quite an exception to be part of that group.
Samina, the term you've coined, heuristic modernism, wouldn't you say that the double burden that you speak about, it covers that, and
Yeah.
it also connects with the quotation you read that it has to do with freedom of the mind?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I think one of the things that, you know, I coined this term is because when I am presenting paper in international conference, the first response I get is, and this is like something that we all experience in the art history world, is like, you know, calling their art as derivative and delayed. And then they're like, oh, they seemed really confused because when I was showing you the range of work, they shift between back and forth, like, you know, very, very abstract language, or they return to sort of like naturalism, but then they, you know, kind of combine those. So I think, you know, so if I had more time, I would elaborate more on that. But Shakir Ali is the only one who's a trained artist in the West. He becomes the eyes for all these artists, and he's passing out his books and sharing his ideas. And so these artists are really learning everything on their own, like, you know, with experimenting. So sometimes it's like, you know, and especially Sheikh Safdar Ali have looked more in detail is like, you know, he goes back to these very sort of figurative drawings, and then he comes back and completely start doing these grid paintings and all of that. So I think, you know, instead of like, you know, calling the art from peripheries as delayed or derivative, I think what people need to engage more with, like, you know, what are the other dialogues that we can develop in terms of like, you know, how can we understand this? So knowing these conditions, so no art institutes, I mean, except for Mayo School of Art or like, you know, University of Punjab, and Shakir Ali only being the one. So they're really experiencing everything secondhand through the books or magazine. So, I mean, that's why I just say, like, you know, it's more through the experimentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Samina, for this truly nuanced presentation. Very inspired and inspiring. I just wanted to add two further nuances to it, and I wonder if you'd agree. In 1911, when Abdurrahman Choktai joined Muir School of Art as a student, and you have pointed this out already, I'm not pointing something that you haven't pointed out. At that time, Samanandranath Gupta was the vice principal, and he was a Shishya, and Guru Shishya Parampara ke andar rehte hue, he was a devoted student of Abhinandranath Tagore. Choktai was introduced not only to the Swadeshi movement, but he was also introduced to Art Nouveau.
Yeah.
And I wonder where in the first and the second slide, where you point out quite rightly the Mughal and miniature influence, one of the influences that Choktai never let go of was Beardsley's style Art Nouveau-ish composition of the space. His composition of the space has very little, if any, to do with the miniature tradition. And that he wholeheartedly adopted, and he maintained that throughout the body of his works. And I'm also a little surprised by Mattel's commentary, the Swadeshi movement focused only on revival of Hindu arts.
Mm-hmm.
It actually focused on Adivasi art. It actually focused on the tribal art, which is what the Gemini Roy did.
Mm-hmm.
He looked at the textiles.
Mm-hmm.
He picked up his work from the textiles produced by the Adivasis of Bengal and Orissa.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, and still if you go to Orissa or Bengal, whether it's East Bengal and West Bengal, you'd find even on saris and other textiles, you'd find those figures that he picked up and transported on paper or canvas. The second nuance, and I was just wondering that you might like to shed further light on it, is really about the art spaces. What happens when we create art spaces? You talked about the Park Tea House, and we know the fate of Park Tea House. Another art space in Lahore that was used by the Lahore Art Circle quite extensively was the YMCA.
Yes.
And we know what happened to YMCA in Lahore. The building still is there, the iconic building. But the third is what you also pointed out, not the art space, but the names, was Samuel Faizi Rahamin and also Atia Faizi. The art space, the art and literary space that they created here in Karachi, and how disgracefully they were evicted from it, but not only evicted, but completely dispossessed. To date, we don't know what happened to much of their collections from across South Asia and other parts of the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we're out of time for questions, but I'd like to invite Saira Danish Ahmed back. Oh, sorry. I completely missed that.
So I'm going to try to remember and answer all your questions, but so you made a reference to Abhinandranath Tagore's Mother India. Was that surprising for you? That's what you were saying? No, okay. Yeah. 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 Right. Right, right. No, I totally agree. You're right on the mark. But I think one thing that Chughtai and even his son, who's now carrying on the Chughtai Museum, they adamantly refuse to, associate themselves with Bengal school. And I can understand that. But you're right that, yes, I mean, if we were discussing his work in at great length, we would talk about all these other influences as well. To answer your question about the spaces, so Park Tea House was really actually the corner room of YMCA. So it's one building and intact. And so sometimes they have, but my research does not show any exhibitions there, but that space was definitely used. And I've been told that sometimes when they would get up from the tea shop, they would go inside YMCA and sit there. So that was one thing that was happening. About Faizi Ramin, it is a very, very sad thing. And I actually presented a paper in Lahore Literary Festival, and I did some research. It is in a very, very dismal conditions. I think there are only about 52 paintings which are left at Evane Rifat. There are lots of textiles that Atiya Begum collected because she was a very avid collector of art, any of these arts and crafts and all of it. And I was fortunate to get some funding. So I actually folded up and refolded her. I was able to take out all the clothes and, put them back in a suit, in a trunk, in a tin trunk, but that's not really what we should be doing. But that was the best I could do instead of like them getting dust and dirt collecting on the top of these cupboards. So I was very fortunate to open all the paintings, look at them, and it is very disheartening. And Faizi Ramin is a very, very important artist. In fact, I wanted to mention you, since you brought it up, that he was the one artist who actually had an exhibition in 1911 in Paris. And I was going to mention that, and I totally forgot. He's just this incredible artist who the art history has completely ignored him. And what makes me very sad is when I was able to look at his work, I had no clue of the dates. I had no clue of the titles. There is no record of anything except that, very violently, there are like things written on the objects, like numbers. They're worried about not losing the number, but not the condition and situation of it. But I think this is like a thesis for PhD for somebody to just really use up those resources. Atiya Begum is coming a lot more to attention now. There is a book that has been out. I don't remember the name of the book, but I'll send you that. It's been published from London. It is on her letters and on her travels. So, and then maybe, was there another question? Okay, all right.
Sorry, now we're actually out of time for questions. Thank you so much, Samina.
Thank you.
I would. Yeah.
वाला ले लें आप.
Yes.
First of all, congratulations. I am stunned with all of this, and let's have a longer conversation after this. But when you look at this, and you also mentioned heuristic modernism, right? And there's a lot of mimicry, there's a lot of hybridity of different art movements. Do you think this was also like one of the initial stages of post-colonial abrogation, where they're rejecting and doing mimicry at the same time?
So You're right. And I think one of the things that you would, in my larger project, I talk at length about it, so the idea of mimicry, and Homi Baba calls it like, the tongue of the colonized is forked because, he speaks two languages. And the idea that, you take up what the colonizer is teaching you or wants you to do it. And so throughout the presentation, I was trying to show you like how they are like taking up, rejecting, and then taking back again. So the idea that you take up something and you adopt that language and then you reflect that, it's a failure of the colonizer because it's not exactly the same language that they're going to speak. It is their language. It is the third space. So the idea of mimicry and mockery are the same things for here because it's not just the copying, but it's also mocking the colonizer. So I think the idea that one can explore and invent their own language, and this takes us back to the idea that, people have these long debates that, it's easy. And I actually wanted to tell you, Ali Imam wrote such a nice article. He talks about like how West can take anything from Asia and, from the peripheries and use that as their inspiration and call them as modern. But and this is a debate that's a very hot in the West as well, and then it's been criticized for Picasso, even for his exhibition in MoMA 1985. So the idea that we keep going back and forth and trying to like always Pakistani art history ki kitabon mein we always say that a lot of people write that so and so's work resembles so and so artists from the West, which is I think such a bad way of looking at it. Like like why is it that there is no vocabulary and no existence of that work on its own? So I don't know if that answers your question, but yeah, so really, I mean, it really, Homi Baba really very nicely encapsulate all of this. This is a very long debate, but yes, I mean, I agree. So the mimicry, I take it as a positive thing, as a mockery as well.
Serena,
Yeah.
thank you. Can you hear me? That was an excellent, excellent paper.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. You really shed light on like these crevices, these dark crevices in our art histories. Very quick question, which is, it's interesting to me that you were showing work that was produced pretty much in the first decade or so of Pakistan. And what has always interested me or made me curious is that there is no reference to partition. There's no reference to any kind of homeland or like any of that. It seems to be very much within the space of whatever locality they're in or location. And it's kind of, again, like having a very particular iconography, a modernist iconography. But why is there any reference to?
No, so I think there are a couple of things. One is that, I have also thought about this question a lot. I have interviewed a lot of people, including Mrs. Hashmi, and I think one of the things that we have talked about often is one thing is that, even for the poets, you see a lot of that reflection in literature. Faiz only wrote one poem, Subhino, on the, partition. For visual artists, when I think about it, even being an artist myself, I just think if I have to reflect on something, it would be very sort of illustrated if I was like really showing something that's really illustrative of the partition and the division. The other thing is the fact that people were so shocked. It was such a bitter experience. It took them, it's really after 30 years that people have started to reflect on like, the line of control exhibitions like that. And, Wahida would know more of these exhibitions that, are addressing those issues. So I think to answer your question, yes, there is this, but then one also needs to think about, I think, एक तो ये हुआ है कि कामों का we haven't really analyzed the works of these artists in depth and detail क्योंकि documentation available नहीं थी. So even for these, like whatever little I have collected, I mean, I have gone to people's houses and they were very kind and they would open their doors. Like these are all from private collection. हमारे पास कोई record नहीं है. So, there are different things that we use as researchers. Magazines or like, photographs or like, exhibition catalogs. So whatever we have collected, there might be something we don't know, but I also think about it, like what would be its shape or form? Like, something that I think would not be, for Shakir, I think for 1965 war, they talk about like, they asked him like, why are you painting? This is a very famous thing. Mrs. Hashmi quotes it all the time. Why are you painting like this sun and moon and there's like war going outside? And he said the moon is the same on both sides of the water. So I don't know. I think like, I don't have an answer for that, but I just do think that if the works are analyzed in more depth, there might be things, there might be hints, there might be some semiotics that we might be able to read that would refer to it, but not outright in terms of like any sort of direct illustration. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Is it working? Yeah, it is. All right, so now we move to the final talk of the morning session. And I will introduce Dr. Sinharaja Tamiti Dalgoda to all of you. So Dr. Sinharaja is a Sri Lankan author, art historian, and filmmaker with an educational background in medieval studies and colonial history from the UK. His scholarship focuses on South Asian cultural studies. An authority on the art and culture of Sri Lanka, he has taught both internationally and nationally. His books include A Traveler's History of India, which was published in 1994 in UK and US, The World of Stanley Grenade, I hope I got that name right. It was published in 2005, based on the life and work of a preeminent modern artist, Riddhi Vihare. The Flowering of Kandyan Art, which was published in 2007, based on a study of medieval Sinhalese art and eloquence in stone, which was published in 2008. The Story of Art and Architecture in Sri Lanka. His first film, In Search of Malvatu Oya, a documentary on Sri Lanka's most historic river, has won awards in Italy and India. The talk, the paper, okay, so there's no light over here. So Dr. Sinharaja will look into the life and the work of George Keat through the lens of modernism, decolonization, and reinvention. I take this opportunity to invite him, and we move forward with the proceedings.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the sound of colonialism in Sri Lanka. This is the sound of baila, the Portuguese word coming from the African word bahia. Baila means to dance. Now, this popular music originated with the Portuguese in the 16th century. The Portuguese brought the first generation of European settlers to the island. Over the next 3 centuries, these communities fused with the Sinhala language to create the Eurasian musical language of baila. I was wondering when anyone can identify these figures here. On the left, of course, Picasso. On the right, Minette de Silva, one of the first modernist artists in Sri Lanka, in Asia. And on the third, the right, extreme right, Mulkraj Anand. Born a year after the turn of the 20th century, Keat was one of the leading figures of European modernism in Asia, absorbing the influences of modernism and cubism and fusing it with his own unique idiom. Keat became one of the most important modern artists of his time in Asia and the most celebrated painter of the 20th century. In 1901, the Duke and Duchess of Cornwall and York, later George V and Queen Mary, visited Sri Lanka. Ceylon was then at the height of her prosperity and was considered one of the jewels in the imperial crown. Riding this wave of affluence was a diverse and cosmopolitan elite known as Ceylonese. They were bound together by Western values and a deeply anglicized lifestyle. George Percival Sproul Keat was born in the year of the royal visit. He was the son of Henry Keat and Constance Sproul. His parents were Eurasians, an ethnically diverse community of Dutch and Asian origin. Since 1550, Sri Lanka's history has been characterized by three waves of European conquest and colonialism. There were the Portuguese, the Dutch, and finally the British. The progeny of Europe and Asia, the descendants of these early invaders and settlers, integrated into the European settlement on the island, becoming an integral part of the colonial structure. In Ceylon, this community was known as burghers. Now, the British employed the burghers to staff the government service and people the legal, educational, and medical professions. English was their mother tongue and Christianity their religion. This wedding photograph depicts George Keat on the day of his marriage. Around him are his family and his in-laws, the Keats and the Jantz families, European in appearance, fair-skinned and fair-haired, often with light-colored eyes. They're dressed in European style. The women in hats, dresses, and stockings, the men's in suit and tie. The burghers were regarded as the loyal servants of empire, and they were accorded a privileged position amongst the other communities. They prided themselves on their European identity and their service to the British Empire. Pillars of respect and morality, they saw themselves as a God-fearing community with a strong code of values and decency.
The burghers of Ceylon shall be universally recognized as the legitimate worthy descendants of well-born Europeans who made their way home in Ceylon during Dutch rule. They shall be known throughout the empire as the most loyal and worthy subjects of their king. Every burgher child shall receive a good education. Every burgher man and woman shall be cultured and refined. We shall be his people, and he shall be our God.
This was the community which Keat was born into. It was a Christian, English-speaking world founded on a completely westernized way of life. However, Keat was born and grew up in Kandy. Kandy was totally different to the European atmosphere of Colombo. The highland realm of Kandy was the last stronghold of the Sinhala kings, a natural fortress surrounded by rugged mountains and impassable tropical jungles. For 4 centuries, the Kandyan kingdom held European conquerors at bay. Although Kandy finally fell to the British in 1815, it remained deeply grounded in its beliefs and its traditions. At the very heart, was the worship of the Buddha. Keat was sent to Trinity College, Kandy, one of the island's leading schools. Founded during the heyday of empire, Trinity College was a public school on British lines. It was established by the Anglican Church Missionary Society. Its purpose was to provide a Western Christian education to mold the young people of the newly conquered Kandyan Highlands. From the outset, of course, Keats showed he had absolutely no interest in Western education. He read widely and voraciously, but he refused to learn or study. So he left Trinity without passing any exams at all. After Trinity, Keats found himself drawn to the Buddhist temples and monasteries of Kandy, the last bastion of Sinhala culture. Kandy was an heir to the civilization, a multi-layered inheritance going back thousands of years. This inheritance captured the young boy's imagination, appealing to his mind. It was kept alive by the two great monastic orders of Askirya and Malwata, which had for centuries been repositories of Sinhala law and learning. Keats, as a young man, was fascinated by the rhythms of the temple and the life of the monks, who introduced him to the teachings and the texts of Theravada Buddhism. This opened his eyes to a completely new world and a completely different way of life. He began to understand the Sinhala language and study the history, literature, and folklore of the land. He proved himself an eager and attentive student, immersing himself in Buddhism and Sinhala culture. He read widely and deeply. Like many Ceylonese of his era, Keats had been completely ignorant of the culture and heritage of his own country. This was the first real education he ever had. It gave him a structure, giving him a direction and a purpose, which he had been completely lacking. The early 20th century witnessed a gathering tide of Buddhist consciousness. In the last century, British policies have gradually whittled away the place of Buddhism in society. Although it remained the religion of the vast majority, it had been completely marginalized by the growth of Christian schools, Western education, and the rise of the anglicized elite. With the dawn of the 20th century, there was an upsurge of religious and cultural sentiments throughout the colony. The stirrings of anti-colonial resistance combined with the beginnings of a renaissance in Buddhism. Keats was swept up in this new fervor, and he published a series of articles on Buddhist subjects. Grounding himself in the teachings of Buddhism, he built up a thorough understanding of its doctrines and practices. He had acquired a knowledge of Sinhala and Pali and produced translations of Buddhist texts. A photograph of Keats in 1929 shows the perfect Eurasian gentleman, dapper in a suit, his hair beautifully combed, wearing a tie. He has matured into an earnest and serious-minded young man. But this was a rebellious youth who had refused to learn at Trinity. At last, he had found a cause he was passionate about, and he devoted an enormous amount of time and effort to reading, writing, thinking, learning, and finally, he began to draw. In 1925, he produced a series of line drawings for the Buddhist Annual, relating episodes from the life of the Buddha. These drawings are his earliest surviving works, and they mark the beginnings of his career as an artist. In 1928, Keats published his first major literary work, Poetry from the Sinhalese. In his youth, Keats had imbibed, steeped himself in romantic and Victorian poetry. He now imbibed the world of Sinhala verse in all its many forms. During the colonial regime, Sinhala poetry had fallen into decay. Keats was now conscious that he was exploring a world which was totally foreign to most of his countrymen, revealing what for them was alien and unknown. He was deeply aware of the effect of colonization on the mind, and he makes it clear that Sinhala poetry could not be judged by European aesthetic standards. Completed when he was nearly 40, this work shows how far Keats had moved from his colonial inheritance. The sheer depth and variety of knowledge that it unveils suggests how much Keats had grown and how deeply he had immersed himself in the culture of the land. It enabled him to understand, learn, interpret, empowering him to lay down the bedrock of a new identity. Keats' early paintings depicted the landscape and people of Kandy. Naturalistic and representative, they are very carefully structured and solidly organized. Everything is correctly planned. The forms are very clear. Serene and tranquil, they reflect the calm, ordered stability of his world. The foundation of this world was his wife and his family. His wife, Ruth Jans, beautiful, educated, a trained teacher, a Christian and a burgher. On the face of it, they had very much in common. Both were from the same community. They both hailed from families with professional backgrounds. Keith, however, felt hemmed in, trapped, lost and confused. He felt he was missing something in his life. In 1938, he published an illustrated short story entitled A Walk in the Rain. This illustration depicts a figure stumbling through a stark modernist landscape. You can see a darkened figure in silhouette trying to find his way through a storm of wind, rain, and imagined fear. During this time, Keith published 2 volumes of poetry. These poems especially reveal his feeling that he was on the threshold of a great change. One poem, The Path, begins with these words: "It is solid things I renounce. I travel where discernment and blind eyes fear to go, or feel it is foolish to travel." At the same time, he embarked on a passionate relationship with his children's ayah, Lucia, abandoning Ruth and his young daughters. Keith went to live with Lucia in her village. A critical moment in his life, it caused a huge scandal in the society of the time, and Keith was ostracized by the circles to which he moved and which he belonged. Yasmin Gunratna's gentle and beautiful novel, The Sweet and Simple Kind, George Keith appears larger than life as the unforgettable and extraordinary Gerard van Kuijk, carving his way through a scandalized but admiring society. Set in the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, Gunratna's novel chronicles the evolution of Ceylon from a colony into an independent nation. Although it was a work of fiction, it is vivid, almost historic in its creation of the mentality and atmosphere of colonial Ceylon. The words of this novel capture the impact which Keats' action had on the society of his day.
Should I read it again? Yes. Run Manike was a nobody, a domestic servant, a Sinhalese woman who had been employed by Gerard and his wife as an ayah for their baby daughters. Gerard, believe it or not, had eloped with this young woman who was obviously no better than she should be and who couldn't incidentally speak 2 words of English. So goodness knows only knew how they had communicated. One could only guess.
Keats was to all intents and purposes adopting a new way of life, embracing a new culture. To most English-educated urban Ceylonese of the colonial era, Sinhala culture symbolized a strange, alien, or rather inferior way of life. Whereas many men of Keats' background had relationships with village women, few would have left their families and their homes. In this, as much as anything else, Keats proved the exception, the complete exception. Scandalizing the social norms of the day, he showed complete contempt for the colonial middle classes and their conventions.
It had caused a great scandal, of course. In Colombo, people talked of nothing else. Well, that was what happened, leaving respectability and every moral consideration behind him. Turning his back on civilized society, Gerard had made his home in Run Manike's village.
In Radha and Krishna, 1951, Krishna reaches down to embrace his lover, who sprawls wantonly before him, twisting her hips slightly in anticipation. Like Keats himself, Krishna is very fair, while Radha is dark and voluptuous. As Lucia became Keats' personal muse, she also became the subject and the inspiration of his paintings. In ancient Sri Lankan culture, the highest flesh tone is golden yellow. It's not too fair, it's not too dark, it's golden yellow. This was the color of the ladies in the ancient Sigiriya frescoes. It was maintained right throughout the next 2,000 years, and the Kandyan murals of the later medieval period keep this inheritance alive, and all the figures are painted in gold and yellow. The iconoclasts in Keat completely overturned this traditional formula. Lucia too was very dark-skinned, and Keat reproduces this tone right throughout his paintings. Even his very earliest works represent dark-skinned women, and in Women with a Mirror, the artist depicts a shapely figure in the strong dark hues of his muse. Her body curves so deeply that it holds the eye, rendering her earthy and deeply alluring. To many of his contemporaries, Keat's decision to abandon his wife was inexplicable. Ruth, on the left here, was attractive, educated, and socially acceptable. She came from the same background, belonged to the same anglicized social class. Lucia, however, was none of these. Whereas the European or Berger inheritance identified themselves completely with the West, Lucia represented a different world, one which was backward and outlandish. In Keats' eyes, psychologically and philosophically, Lucia may have represented the other. This provides the context for the fascination with dark-skinned women, which is so evident throughout Keats' early life. The attraction of the other, clear, strange, and different though it appeared, is also exotic and enticing. Retreating from town life, Keat began new life with Lucia, or Manike, as he renamed her. Manike in Sinhala means ladyship. He began a new life with Lucia and Manike in the hills and valleys of the Kandyan countryside. Here he found himself in the midst of a rural farming community, a world close to nature, governed by the sun and the needs of daily life. Turning his back on the life which he had lived, Keat immersed himself totally in this new reality. This environment opened his eyes to a totally different way of life, a totally different way of looking at the world, and a totally different culture. This gave him a depth and an originality which sharpened his creativity. The inhabitants of Colombo were inclined to regard the Kandyans as primitive. This opinion was widely held amongst the colonial bourgeoisie of the time. Although Keat himself came from this background, he was able to understand and appreciate this world for what it was. He did not see in the life of the peasantry something merely picturesque and primitive. As he moved further and further away from colonial convention, he was able to see deeply. As he saw, he was able to create. In changing his world, he had discovered an identity and a foundation. This gave him the confidence, the direction, and the courage to explore. Modernism appealed to Keats' temperament, liberating him as a man and an artist. Confined, stifled by the conventions of his day, he had already broken with all its social codes. Modern art and its innovations opened up a new path for him, enabling him to be free, to be different, and to be himself. It gave him the tools to interpret the new world and the new life he had carved out for himself. A revolutionary painter is one who wantonly breaks the rules in order to liberate his bonds of expression from the bonds of academic art. Why must they do this? In order to create new forms. The discovery of Picasso and Braque revolutionized Keats' thinking and his painting. Adopting the tenets of Cubism to reshape and reassemble nature, he began to distort form and shape. Breaking up the body, Keats simplified it into basic geometric forms. Rearranging its appearance, he highlights sharp edges and curvilinear forms to produce multiple intersecting views. Combining cutting lines, sinuous curves, and jagged angles, Keats creates his own idea of perspective. In this, he echoes Picasso's use of primitive masks, but he also fashions mask-like faces of his own. Many of Keats' figures have the elongated angular faces of Picasso's form. They also possess the same staring eyes. Like Picasso, Keats combined distortion with bold outline. Using heavy, crisp lines, he made the continuing line a defining feature, merging and fusing figures together. Embracing the Cubist formula, Keats created oval faces with sharp profiles, bisecting and dissecting them at the same time. Inspired by Picasso, he began fusing forms and faces, often superimposing faces and bodies onto each other. He also begins, like Picasso, depicting sleeping, dreaming, and musing women, using flowing rhythmic lines to draw curving, rounded shapes. Both men were fascinated by the female form. But Keats, however, takes the line much further, creating great flowing curves which dominate the frame and define the form. Although many of Keats' female forms take after Picasso, others resemble Fernand Léger. Keats' oil painting, The Twilight, bears a striking similarity to Léger's work. Elongating the human form, he employs the curve to accentuate it even more, creating an explosive scene of graphic violence. Keats is in effect murdering the past, everything he has been brought up to, everything he has been brought up to believe in, and everything he has been told he has to stand for. He's destroying it intellectually, artistically, culturally, and socially. The silent screaming horse, which haunts Picasso's great work, Guernica, made a deep impression on Keats, who retained his mind for decades. The Horseman, painted in 1957, 20 years after Guernica, you can see Keats approaching the equine form in almost the same way. Contorted images, contrasting colors, geometric lines and outlines. It's almost a throwback to the art of early Cubism. Painted almost 20 years later, it underlines an enduring fascination with Picasso. One of the most perceptive analysts of Keats' assimilation of modernism was the British civil servant, art historian and curator, W.G. Archer, keeper of the Indian section at the Victoria and Albert Museum from 1949 to 1959. Archer, one of the prominent authorities of the time, came to know him extremely well. And he tells us the reproductions of Braque and Picasso had an invigorating impact on Keats. All of a sudden, he realized he had a new set of idioms ready for conscious adoption. According to Archer, the example of Picasso merely helped Keats discover his own inner consciousness and develop his own style. It offered him a new way of thinking and painting, which opened up a way forward. He sought to adapt into Sri Lankan culture what the West in recent past had provided for his use. What Europe provided was but a tool, a method. Once Keats had rejected Christianity and then Buddhism, and then later Hinduism, provided him with an alternative set of beliefs and a new way of life. This grounded him in the cultural context of South Asia. In Keats' eyes, South Asia possessed what Europe lacked, an ancient creative history and a spiritual tradition of his own. He became too embedded in this reality to allow any set of theories or canons to dominate his vision. The innovations of modern art made a profound impression in the Ceylon of the 30s. Its originality, iconoclasm, and sheer vitality was a breath of fresh air to an emerging generation who had been enveloped by the colonial culture of the time. In 1887, the British administration had established the Ceylon Society of Arts, modeled on the lines of the Royal Academy. It was designed to cater to the wealthy urban commercial classes who established themselves during the 19th century. Depicted here, they were intended for a group whose social and cultural standards were of the West. Their aim of the society was to encourage pictorial art and it was dominated by wealthy and influential families like these, dressed in the costumes which the British Raj had gave them. They proved themselves loyal and useful to the British Crown. As a product of the Victorian era, of course, they were deeply grounded in the conventions of naturalism and representation, conservative in their attitudes to art. The style of the Ceylon society reflected the tastes and the ideals of the English middle class at the time. They were deeply hostile to any idea of new developments, and all artists had to paint in the style of the British aesthetic. Those who did not were seen as misfits and conformists and were rejected. It was, as John Berger describes, an imported, if not imposed art, an art deriving from 19th century English tradition with an exotically oriental overture. By the end of the 1920s, the atmosphere in Ceylon had begun to change. In 1929, only 4% of the population of the colony had the right to vote. In 1931, however, a new constitution, the Donoughmore Constitution, was passed. This granted every man and woman in Ceylon the right to vote. Enacted with a view towards self-rule, this gave the colony a large measure of self-governance. Independence was on the horizon, and there was a general understanding that this would be granted after the end of the war. On the 29th of August, 1943, 5 years before independence, an independent group of artists was formed. It was known as the 43 Group. It consisted of all those artists who had been excluded by the Ceylon Society of Arts. Known as the 43 Group, it became Asia's first modern art movement. Its ideal, as you can see, as articulated by Keat, was the rejection of the obsolete and the dead in the art of Ceylon, all that resulted from the obsolete and the dead deriving from the art of Europe. Inspired by European modernism, it sought to portray the country's life, values, and traditions in a modern idiom. Yet all the artists agreed to work in their own respective style, creating, experimenting, and interpreting. The first 43 Group exhibition took place in 1943. This marked the beginning of the first artistic movement of its kind in Asia. It had evolved at a time when both India and Ceylon were still colonies, at a time when modernism was closely associated with change, anti-colonialism, and nationalism. The 43 Group generated widespread interest and attention. Leading the way on the Indian subcontinent, it became the first modernist movement to establish itself. So in 1944, as World War II was reaching its final stages, the British appointed the Salisbury Commission to create a new constitution for Sri Lanka. As the country neared independence, the 43 Group showed that Ceylon's life, values, and ancient roots could be portrayed in a 20th century manner. The country had discovered an identity of its own. One was that modern and independent. In 1947, the Ceylon Independence Act conferred dominion status on the colony. In August 1947, the country held its first parliamentary elections. On February the 4th, 1948, the Crown Colony of Ceylon became an independent nation. In the years which followed independence, the 43 Group held a series of regular exhibitions. And by the time independence came, modern art had been firmly established in Sri Lanka. By the early 50s, the 43 Group were winning international acclaim and showing its work in Europe. The 43 Group's synthesis of traditional forms with modern Western influences attracted widespread praise and comment. In 1954, William Graham, writing in The Studio, London's leading magazine of contemporary art, described it as the most significant art movement, one of the most significant art movements in Eastern art today, which is to be found in Ceylon. The 43 Group's first international exhibition was at the Imperial Institute in 1952 and was introduced by John Berger, one of the most influential cultural figures of the time, who identified deeply with the 43 Group's journey, its attempt to form a modern, independent synthesis, breaking free of the conventions of colonial art. A year later, the 43 group exhibited in Paris. The show was a resounding success and was visited by nearly 10,000 people. It was discussed by the French collector, critic, and art historian, Georges Besson. One of the great authorities of the time, Besson and his wife had moved closely with the preeminent modernists of the day, and Besson's portrait, as you can see here, had been painted by Henri Matisse. For Besson, the 43 group was an original and authentic voice, a new vision of living beings and of their country. The success of the 43 group identified Keat as one of the central figures of the modernist movement in Asia. This drew the attention of the Indian writer and modernist intellectual, Mulkraj Anand, shown here in Poland with Picasso, and Asia's first woman architect, I think, Minette de Silva. Mulkraj Anand became one of the preeminent Indian novelists of his generation, founder of the English language novel in India, perhaps. He had studied at University College London and Cambridge, where he'd gained a doctorate in philosophy. By the time he returned home, he had established a reputation for the raw intensity of his novels, which unveiled the poverty and the suffering of the masses of British India. Introduced by his friend E.M. Foster, his first novel, Untouchable, was a powerful insight into the plight of India's untouchables. Published barely a year later, his second novel, Coolie, tells the story of a young boy's fight for survival in the towns and cities of colonial India. In 1945, like so many, Mulkraj Anand returned home to an India on the verge of becoming an independent nation. Over the next decade, he established himself at the very heart of intellectual and artistic developments. Breaking with the British past, Anand believed it was important to offer the nation a new sense of what it was to be both modern and Indian. In October 1946, he created Marg, a magazine of the arts. Art, architecture, music, clothing, craft, dance, and photography. It aimed to create a new modern Asian identity. It was this which attracted Anand to George Keat. He saw in George Keat a powerful fusion of an ancient heritage and a modern past and a modern present. Keat to him represented the compound of the great traditions of India and Lanka in their synthesis with modern European techniques. He was for him an icon. I felt I have received an answer to my prayers to produce an artist, that Asia might produce an artist who, whatever he takes from Europe and America, returns to the native country. He was, to all intents and purposes, the icon for the new India, the new modern Asian identity that Anand sought to build. Anand and Minette de Silva brought Keat to Mumbai. Here, he and his group of friends and supporters organized Keat's first ever solo international exhibition. The venue was the Convocation Hall of the University of Bombay, a grand, imposing building designed by Sir Gilbert Scott in the 19th century. It was one of the finest Victorian buildings in India, a huge, imposing space. Notwithstanding the huge space, the exhibition itself was a tremendous success. It had the impact of a revelation, jolting the visitors with a thunderclap of color. Here before them were strange and lovely pictures. They were sometimes dazzling, sometimes beyond their comprehension. Another critic wrote, never before had they seen anything like the 64 pictures that were exhibited, not at any rate from the brush of an Eastern painter. What resonated the most was the way in which Keat had absorbed and depicted the Indian heritage in a modern way. As India neared independence, the movement for modern art began to take shape in Bombay. As the 43 group had done a few years before, an emerging generation of artists sought to break with the art forms which had become popular during the Raj. The young artists of Bombay sought to break with what they saw the artists the art of British colonialism and the revivalism of the Bengal school. They aimed to forge a new direction for Indian art, and in this they were encouraged and supported by many of the figures involved in Keats' exhibition. The leading advocate, of course, was Mulkraj Anand. On December the 5th, 1947, a few months after India had gained her independence from the British, several painters came together to form what became known as the Progressive Artist Group. As you can see, they were acclaimed by Mulkraj Anand as the heralds of a new dawn in the new world of Indian art. This group consisted of F.N. D'Souza, S.H. Raza, M.F. Hussain, K.H. Ara, H.A. Gade, and S.K. Bakri. Like the 43 group, the Progressive Artist Group dedicated itself to assimilating European modernism, and they sought to create a fresh visual idiom which would be uniquely Indian and thoroughly modernist. A group of like-minded artists, they worked in their own styles and they rejected, like the 43 group before them, the prevailing norms of the day, seeking inspiration in India's classical and folk traditions. Their aim was to create a new art for a newly free India. The first Progressive Artists exhibition was held in 1949, 2 years after Keats' hugely successful exhibition at the Convocation Hall. Keats was not only a forerunner, he had given a voice and a shape to a need which resonated with the needs of India in the 1940s. The evidence suggests that he may well have provided direction and inspiration to Indian modernism and Indian art. We do know that he moved very closely with the personalities of the progressive art movement, especially F.N. D'Souza and M.F. Hussain. Now, this photograph here, taken from the Bombay Art Society's salon, shows Keats, his biographer, Martin Russell, on the right-hand side, deep in conversation with F.N. D'Souza. Similar in personality, the two men appear to have much in common. Like Keats, D'Souza had an independent, rebellious nature, which expressed itself in his paintings. He combined Goanese folk art with Western influences, and he was also, like Keats, deeply interested in the sexual tensions between men and women. Keats was well known to D'Souza, who knew his work well and was well acquainted. I still remember, he says another contemporary of the time, D'Souza explaining to me in his dingy studio in Crawford Market, George Keats was a hybrid biologically. He was a burgher by the British from Ceylon, and burghers, Dutch and Sinhalese, birth in them. And in a painter, he was very much under the influence of Picasso. These are the words of F.N. D'Souza, and they show how very deeply familiar Keats' work was with the artists of the day. Known as the Picasso of India, M.F. Hussain also adopted a style grounded in Cubism, although his bold, vibrantly colored narratives appear very different. Of the Indian painters, he was the closest in style. The two men shared similar interests and preoccupations. Hussain was not only deeply taken, like Keats, with the female form, he was also fascinated by the vast body of Indian mythology, which became one of his overriding impressions. He, for one, was very clear about the impression which Keats had set and the influence which his work had on him and his colleagues. Meeting him many years later, a common acquaintance remembers these words: Keats fashioned a 20th century modern art that became the only art coming out of Ceylon that we were interested in. In 1950, Marg published Martin Russell's book, George Keats. This publication was a landmark in the world of South Asian arts. It was the first in the world, it was the first large format book devoted to a single contemporary Asian artist to be published in South and Southeast Asia, providing a critical appraisal of a living contemporary artist. It was a groundbreaking step in the context of South Asian painting. Reviewing the book, one critic from the National Standard comments, one can learn to appreciate Keats' place in modern art, which is struggling to find its life by breaking the chains of slavish imitation of the dead past. William Archer's classic work, India and Modern Art, which traced the growth of the modern art movement in India, discusses 4 artists who he felt embodied the face of Indian modernism. Alongside Rabindranath Tagore, Jamini Roy, Amrita Shergill, he also featured George Keat. Archer felt that Keat was essentially Indian in style, attitude, and culture. He was also essentially modern. Barely a year later, the Goan writer and critic Raul de Loyola Furtado published 3 Painters, 1960. Furtado also featured Keat, ranking him alongside Amrita Shergill and M.F. Hussain as one of the key figures in the evolution of Indian modernism. Keat saw India, its art, its culture, its mythology, its philosophy and spirituality as a vast vehicle into which he poured all his dreams, imaginings, and energies. It was also a receptacle which he drew on throughout his life. As an artist, it inspired him, influenced him, and sustained him. Poetry was an essential part of the Hindu tradition. And over the years, Keat steeped himself in the literature and the poetry of the Sanskrit world, reading the Bhagavad Gita, Kalidasa, the Mahabharata, and the Ramayana. Keat engaged with Hinduism, Hindu culture, and philosophy. As his knowledge evolved and grew, so did his understanding of a rich, complex world full of wonder and terror. It was a realm where history, myth, and legend existed side by side, where the divine and the human spheres merged together, as did the male and the human forms. Major figures in this pantheon: Krishna, his lover Radha, Shiva, his consort Parvati, the great goddess Durga, Arjuna, Krishna, they all come alive in Keat's paintings. The sculptural traditions of Central and Eastern Asia at Khajuraho and Bhubaneswara and also Konark made a deep impression on Keats' mind, seizing his imagination. Dedicated to the glory of Lord Shiva, each and every temple was covered in a profusion of luxuriant carvings. The women in these carvings were characterized by their voluptuous, exaggerated poses, their voluptuous curves, and their rounded forms. Embracing this tradition, Keat made use of it throughout his life, creating a galaxy of sensuous, sinuous, and deeply sexual shapes. His immersion in Indian art and culture had made Keat very aware that the art of distortion and exaggeration was deeply embedded in Indian art. For all the representation in old Indian art, there's really no naturalism. Look carefully. There's always a kind of alankara, a kind of distortion and rhythm, always exaggeration, an emphasis placed for drawing attention where otherwise there would be a taken for granted attitude. This is the meaning of art. In my work, if you look again, even in these pictures, which seem to be free of distortion and exaggeration, there is, in a sense, no naturalism whatsoever. Keats' translation of the Gita Govinda, The Love of Krishna and Radha in 1940, was a seminal moment in his evolution. This 12th century love poem by Jayadeva, the court poet of the last Hindu ruler of Bengal, recounts the stories of the divine lovers Radha and Krishna. Weaving the tale of their attraction, estrangement, yearning, and final reconciliation, the Gita Govinda describes the love of Krishna, the divine cowherd, for Radha, his favorite amongst the gopis, the wives and daughters of the cowherd. In Rasa Leela, Keats depicts the dance of divine love. In the Gita Govinda, this forms an essential part of the story of Krishna. A sacred love story, the Rasa Leela takes place at night when the gopis, the wives and daughters of the cowherds of Benares, hear the sound of Krishna's flute. Stealing away from their homes and their families, they join him in the moonlit forest. The maidens meet and play, glorying in Krishna's love and attention. Suddenly, their beloved Lord disappears along with his favorite, the beautiful Radha. Eventually, Krishna appears and the story culminates in the dancing of the rasa, the circle dance of love. Linking their arms together, the gopis form a great circle to dance with their beloved, who dances with each and every maiden. Using his powers, Krishna stretches the length of the night for thousands of years. Forgetting their homes in the night for thousands of years, in their ecstatic spiritual love, the gopis continue to sing and dance throughout the passing of the years. The influence of this tradition was too strong for modernism to take hold. Although he had adopted it to reinterpret the human form, Keith never allows it to dominate or diminish his interpretation of the Indian heritage. Whereas Braque and Picasso dispensed with line and form, Keith retained his love of line and outline, breaking with his feeling for the human form, maintaining his feeling for the human form. Breaking with the colonial past, modernism offered Keith a new way of thinking. It provided him with a series of stepping stones, giving him the opportunity to explore, to experiment, innovate, and reinvent. Keith did not avoid these stepping stones. For him, they were merely markers in which enabled him to learn and grow, to formulate his own language and to go his own way. The product of a deeply urbanized and colonized culture, he had turned his back on the society that he knew. Exploding the social conventions of his day, he had left his wife and his family and renounced his Europeanized way of life, settling down in a Sinhalese village in the Candian Highlands. Rejecting the secure, established path he had been destined to follow, he embraced the language, the art, culture of Sri Lanka and then India. In doing so, he carved out a new identity for himself and a new life for himself. In much the same way that he abandoned the security and stability of his upbringing, Keith broke with the artistic traditions of his day. In the dying years of empire, he fused several traditions, borrowed, learning, and innovating to create a new. Drawing in many cultures and many art forms, he evolved a distinct art form of his own. In living the life of his paintings, he transformed himself as a man and an artist. Baila. Baila today, sorry. Baila today is Sri Lanka's most popular form of dance and music. In the same way, it is a colonial product, the product of a colonial culture. In the same way, the product of colonial power and culture, George Keith, has become part of the fabric of modern Sri Lanka. Most people today don't even realize that he was a Burgher or a Eurasian. When they dance the Baila, they are actually part of the fabric of Sri Lankan culture. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Dr. Sinha Raja. We have some time for questions now. If anyone has any, yeah.
Thank you. That was amazing, Keith. His works are so dynamic, full of energy. I'm glad you mentioned the Gita Govinda. So I'm thinking there's a whole body of Rajput and Rajasthani miniatures that illustrate the Gita Govinda. Could Keith be looking at those miniatures and taking any inspiration, any formal inspiration from those works?
That's a very apposite and relevant question. He studied Miwari miniatures very, very closely. And he spent several years looking at Rajput miniatures. You can see the influence, I think, fairly clearly, no?
Okay, we have time for another question.
Thank you. The S curve, that's very much part of Indian sculptural traditions, isn't it? Comes in all its
Very much so. It's a sinuous curve and it characterizes most of the shapes of his men, especially the women.
Right.
It's there also in Khajuraho.
Exactly. It's beautiful. Thank you.
Just a very small comment after congratulating you for truly rich and enriching presentation. Kate's inspiration from Khajuraho is also, I think, very telling, because Khajurahos were covered up by the British and they remained covered up for nearly a century. When they arrived and they looked at the Khajuraho temples and the sculptures, they felt that they were horrified because of this pagan display of sexuality. In many ways, he's really unveiling as well and uncovering what had been veiled and covered and consigned to oblivion by the British gaze. So that in many ways is really ungazing what had been gazed and bringing it out in the public through his own works.
That's extremely, again, extremely relevant, because I must apologize for being a little late this afternoon, because I spent an entire morning taking out some of them. I was horrified by some of the Keat renditions of Khajuraho. So I spent half a morning taking them out. So what you see now are the most staid and the most staid and conventional ones I could find. I was horrified this morning when I saw the full gamut of his sexuality.
Thank you. And that's all the time we'll be taking for questions. Now, there are refreshments served towards the left side once you exit the auditorium. And we'll begin with our second session at 2:15. So just be back here by then. Thank you. I've been working on the air conditioning. I'm sorry.
Give away the
अबे मैं माइक चेक कर रहा हूँ ना. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome back for our second session of the day. We have Kader Attia, who will be joining us virtually from Berlin. Kader Attia is an artist who explores the wide-ranging effects of Western cultural hegemony and colonialism. Central to his inquiry are the concepts of injury and repair, which he uses to connect diverse bodies of knowledge, including architecture, music, psychoanalysis, medical science, and traditional healing and spiritual beliefs. Throughout his multimedia practice, ranging from sculpture to film installation, reparation does not mark a return to an intact state, but instead makes visible the immaterial scars of psychic injury. This approach is informed by Attia's experience of growing up between Algeria and the Paris banlieues. Attia is the appointed curator for the 12th Berlin Biennale in 2022. He lives and works in Berlin and Paris. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Have no sound. Okay, you can hear me, right? Okay. So, okay, I'm going to speak. It's very weird because I can't hear anything, but apparently you can hear me.
For me?
Yeah, now I hear someone, yeah. Okay, thanks. Yeah, I would like to, I mean, first apologize for not being with you because I would have loved to come to I had a couple of opportunity to come to Pakistan, and like the last time was at the Lahore Biennale, but it was in COVID, and it's really a country that I'm extremely interested in. So I will maybe come by my own and do a research trip in the next year. So I really wanted to tell you this because I'm super interested to come to Pakistan. And then talking about the colonial thinking and activism from the perspective of the West, I think it's very important for you and for us because, as I always says, I always say that there are so many different contexts to try to both understand and elaborate the decolonial thinking, particularly because I would say one of the most complex aspects of colonialism when it's, I mean, the way that it started from a Western mind in the 18th century, what we have called the century of enlightenment, is that the Western modern mind has been constantly playing on the regimes of visibility and invisibility of its crimes. For instance, one of the most interesting examples is the fact that from the West, the theory of universalism has been deploying the world of the others through categories. So you had, I mean, everything that is like not the white heterosexual male. I mean, the black, the Arabs, the Indian, the Asian, the woman, the Jews, the Muslim, whatever, but never the white male. And that's why today, when you actually underline this lack of discourse, of vocabulary, you are the establishment in the West is actually attacking you of being racist reversed, which is kind of, I mean, absolutely perverse process of domination. So I'm using the word perverse in a psychoanalytical way, influenced by my dear friends, the Algerian psychoanalyst Karima Lazali, who wrote the colonial trauma, because I think there's another layer of this regime of visibility and invisibility in colonialism that works through the psyche, basically. And like Karima says in her book, quoting a moment of Albert Camus' books, The Last Man, where two men are sort of contemplating a massacre scene in front of a village. One of them is a French officer, the other is a settler, and the settler says to the officer says to the settler, if what we have committed here is a crime, then we have to erase it. So the question of invisibility is not only a sort of metaphor or chic concept, it's a real weapon. It's a weapon of imperialism and colonialism that works from the Western world, where the locus from where the enunciation of these all of the theories of domination of the white male to the others is completely abstracted. There's an abstraction of the locus from where the enunciation of these domination processes. And that's why living in Germany or France, like me, even going back and forth between Dakar and Algiers and Berlin, and because the city and also Lebanon are the areas where I work a lot, I have, for me, a particular interest on the fact that one of the most crucial decolonial thinking today is to dismantle the legacy of colonialism that still articulate the regimes of the West, and because they are invisible regimes. And art, of course, can really help a lot. Why? Because as I try to also set it up in the Berlin Biennale, with my colleagues, Rasha, Marie-Hélène, Noam, and Lynn, has this capacity to create the space in which we can meet with all our differences from anything, genders, religions, politics, and experiment something that is the artworks. I really do trust that one of the most important things we also have to preserve as yeah, I would not say a tool, I would say a weapon against this imperial and hegemony, is the experience of the artworks. Because the experience of the artworks create an immersion, a kind of immersive relation with a non-tangible aspect of these regimes. For instance, emotion. Of course, when I'm mentioning here emotion, I'm not necessarily referring to happy and nice emotions. Some emotions are very tough to experiment, but they are much needed to be like able to see through the imperialist rhetoric and that basically articulate our perception of what is basically staged by those regimes of imperialism. So my both, I would say, identities, because I also have my Algerian passport and French passport, helps me to understand how complex the question of decolonial has to be reinvented every day. Because if we don't reinvent the anti-colonialism thinking and then the decolonial thinking, then it's going to be it won't be as relevant as it is in a society where the evolution of the thinking is constant. I mean, public opinion is in a constant evolution, particularly today with social media. And I think what interests me also governances is how much what I was mentioning right now as the crucial experience of art, even talking about sculptures, talking about paintings, talking about classic mediums, basically, can help us to struggle against the disappearance of the physicality of consciousness. Let's say, what I call the physicality of consciousness here is the fact that when we are all like, I don't know, 5, 10 people, 1,000 people watching an artwork, each person will appreciate or not for its, own reasons. But the phenomenology of perception of the artworks is something that has to do with a physicality. It's also interesting that right now I'm talking to you using Zoom, but definitely, when I was telling you before that I would have loved to come, I take it more than seriously. I think the collective individuation, being together individuals in the same space, creating a collective individual, is something that has to work physically. So that's why, if you want, for me, the question of the tool of art as a mean to struggle against different regimes of visibility and invisibility of imperialism, in which I include computational governance, algorithmic governance, digital governance, if you prefer, is actually crucial. And also that's why I was also telling you that the need to constantly reinvent the decolonial conversation is more than crucial, is actually what we lack the most today. We need to reinvent a new vocabulary. We need to reinvent a new language, because those regimes of invisibility are constantly catching up the delay on us and then reappropriating our concept and idea against us. Like what I was telling you about before, the classic situation where I don't know, Black people have been attacked by a white telling them, then you are racist. So I think, and we can talk about many things about that. I mean, all governances that are imperialist today, who have particularly through media and social media, an incredible hegemony, can counter you. Basically your attacks by reappropriating your own discourse, and even worse, if you are using the same vocabulary that is basically established in the system, for instance, I don't know, a cancel culture, you then ended up into this trap of being reduced to a mimicry of the establishment. The reason I'm saying that we need to reinvent a new vocabulary, a new language, is not obviously only idiomatic, it's also experimental, for instance. I would say that it's a conversation I had, for instance, with Phil Winsar, who wrote the report on restitution with Bénédicte Savoy, about how the question of restitution of artifact is not only a question of object, but of non-tangible experiences. And how from the continent, we were talking in Dakar about this, the need to think together about new experiences, about creating a space of experiences that would be non-tangible, to rethink the return of this object is even more important than the object themselves. Which, by the way, talking about Karima Al-Azali, the Algerian psychoanalyst, we're back also here into what she said about restitution, when she said that by returning this object, the West is actually evacuating the magical aspect of this object, which is extremely important in the sense that the colonial legacy and the way that even there is currently a sort of movement that appears to be, to try to repair the injuries of the past, is actually enhancing them by ignoring the whole cosmogony and the whole magical and the whole spirituality that is even more important in the heritage of the people who have been colonized than the object themselves. And this is one example. So to finish with, because I don't know if I have a lot of time, but I just want to tell you that to give you probably lines that I tried as much as I could with my colleague at the Berlin Biennale to follow. For me, there's no decolonial thinking without including, let's say, 4 aspects. And even these 4 aspects, which I will right now quote as topic, like if someone would have, like in a compass, as cardinal points, overlap each other. So one of them is, and we actually worked on it at the Berlin Biennale, the one that I was just talking about, the relation between, I mean, the colonial heritage, how to rethink the return that have of this endless ocean of objects and artifacts that have been taken during colonial times and are present now in public collection in the West. That's particularly those from which the provenance is really critical. Then the relation, very important, and particularly from the West, the relation between feminism and colonialism. I mean, I've been working a lot with feminists like Wassila Tamzali, like Françoise Vergès, but during my trip the recent years, I've been also very interested by inviting curator and artist, a feminist from the South, in a context like Berlin, where there is a very strong white feminism. And I don't know, I mean, they are a very strong example. For instance, I was collaborating with a collective from India of Dalit artists. One of the young artists I really like her work is Mayuri Shari, who proposed a very interesting work that was basically even censored in India by the police, because she was like questioning the representation of the female body. For me, this was very important also because in the West, particularly in France and Germany, most of the time, Indian women have been depicted as victims, raped, and like you never see those empowered women, except in neoliberal context, like Google and things like that, you know, and I mean, like as CEO of companies. But they are interesting, like a young generation of artists who are like, particularly those Dalit, who are also concerned by giving access to their own art, not necessarily to the high caste people, but to their community. So the question of a South, I mean, a decolonial feminism, I prefer to say feminism from the South, because, but the decolonial feminism is the title of a book of Françoise Vergès, which was also a big inspiration. For me, it's very important. You cannot imagine a decolonial conversation without including this question. And then from this question, there was another extremely important question that the mainstream discourse on is hiding. The question of environments. The need for a decolonial ecology is extremely important in the sense that here again, the whole Western narrative on environment is that the third world, you know, the South is like more polluting and more not understanding the crucial stake that we need to face in the 21st century. Though, I mean, I come from the mountains of Algeria, where environment is naturally for centuries taken care. I mean, what we call organic in Germany is normal vegetable in my region, you know. And the whole question also that has been completely erased by the Western discourse on environment is the fact that during colonialism, particularly in Africa, there have been incredible experimentation. In Algeria, for instance, there's the work of Amar Bourras, an artist I'm very interested in, who actually has done investigation on the nuclear test perpetrated by the French until 1973, so 11 years after the independence of Algeria, and which has contaminated the whole area of Regan in Algeria, where until today babies are born disabled, etc. I mean, it's a tragedy. But there's also the work by Dana Levy, an Israeli artist who criticized the colonization of Israel on Palestine, and particularly focused on the environment destruction of Palestinian field of olive trees, that both works on the destruction of the environment and the clearance of the space to be used by the snipers. I mean, this for me was very interesting also to invite people who are like bringing the question of the colonial ecology outside the pure question of the environment, but bringing it back on two aspects of the governance of imperialism, which is on the one hand neoliberal capitalism, and on the other hand military, basically war. Last but not least, the other, for me, extremely important, again, I'm trying to speak from the perspective of Europe, is this untold story about the relation between colonialism and fascism. There's a very narrow dialogue between both of them that has been also invisibilized, because after World War II, the Allies have, like Aimé Césaire says in his 1957 discourse speech, that in 1957, we are like celebrating the victory against the Nazi, but colonialism is nothing else than a fascism back home, domestic. And you have all these aspects that I've been super interested in discovering the last 3 years, that some avant-garde movement in Europe were very ambivalent, actually. Some of them were clearly fascist. I'm thinking about the futurism and the way that Marinetti has strongly influenced Mussolini in his theory of fascism and white supremacy, etc. But Marinetti, for instance, was born in Cairo and has a strong Egyptian influence. But there's also many movements who were like clearly ambiguous, like ambivalent, like the Vortism in the UK, who were super pro-war. And I think this is interesting, because today we also romanticize a lot this movement. Don't get me wrong, I still think that there are incredible artists. I really love futurist artists, etc. But I think we cannot, here again, invisibilize the ambivalence of this generation, and the ambivalence which works also in the way that they have been influenced strongly by non-Western art in their reinvention of a new art, modern art, without really naming it. For instance, in the Biennale, I was also exhibiting paintings by Émile Nolde, which represent African and Oceanian antique art in oil paintings. So, I think I don't want to speak too long. I don't have any idea, but I'm done now. Unless you have some questions, if I can hear you. Okay.
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
So we have some time for you to continue speaking. You have about 10-15 minutes left, and then we can take questions after that.
Okay. Thank you very much. So this question of ambivalence for me is very important, because I think that, and here is the artist who is speaking, the risk of involving too much theory and political theory in a very important topics, I think, is not making us moving away from art, but is I think we are basically losing probably the most interesting capacity that we have as people who trust deeply in the beauty of the human being, such as culture is, for instance. Remember that when we talk about colonialism and fascism, for instance, I think it's super important to remember how much art has had a so important role in the rise of political extremism. Could it be communism or fascism? Hitler was a painter. He was maybe about, he was a bad painter. It was not interesting, but he was an artist. The first thing that the Nazi did in Germany when they arrived in charge, they created the degenerated art exhibition. So art is not something that the main neoliberal society is trying to make us believe, something that either it's supermarketly decorative or superficial. How an artist, what funny. No, art has this incredible capacity to individualize the society, to create a space for the experience of a common ground, which doesn't mean that we all agree for sure, but where culturally we can identify and use this experience as a reference to move on. And for me, I would say there are two things that there are three things that I'm very interested in, and particularly that I've tried to develop in this Berlin Biennale. On the one hand, is the capacity that an artwork has to slow down time. I remember a quote I found by a French sociologist who says that in the end, if the mankind has always invented or was obsessed to invent machines to speed up, artworks are probably machines to slow down time. This need we have today to find the button, pause, and press it to slow down and start to look around and exchange each other ideas, hope, mistakes, critiques, has become so crucial that probably the last thing that remains today in the society is this experience of the artworks in an exhibition where we meet together, or where we don't meet, but where we physically move with our own body to a space to be in dialogue with others, proxy these artworks. I do trust in this so much that for me, the second aspect, which is linked to this first one of slowing down time, that artworks can provide to a world that is completely lost between its past and uncertain future, is the capacity that artworks have to help us to reinvent our dreams. How every day, since probably now 30 years, because of our constant relation with digital governance in a society of information, our unconsciousness is completely hijacked by algorithmic governance that knows us not better than us, I hate to say that, but very close. Because since 20 years, more than 20 years, algorithm, there are many of them, but UPI, for instance, user profile information was invented in 2003. It's an algorithm that collects endlessly your data. It's from Google. It collect your voice, the weight of your fingers on your keyboard, wherever you go, whatever. I mean, we have algorithmic doubles that makes us interacting passively with a reticular economy of attention that makes us so linked and so colonized by this new governance that we need to reinvent our capacity to dream. We need to reinvent our sovereignty, if it's possible, to dream. And artworks, because artists hallucinate a world constantly, can help in this. Maybe you can dislike some works, but there will be one work that will leave you something, a seed in your mind that can help you to reconstruct something that comes from you ontologically, from your own soul. I have invited artists who have been able to do. I'm thinking about a painter from Vietnam, Tammy Nguyen, who works very much on the way that she's from Vietnam, but she grew up in the Philippines, and then she lives in the US. And she's been very much focusing in a very interesting way on how Christianization of Philippines has been basically destroying, like in Africa, the local culture and the local spiritual references. Okay, and I'm very interested by this. It was also present in the Biennale. The paintings are, I mean, the series that she did for the Biennale are the Stations of the Christ, but in a very sort of confusing, in a good sense, way, where the vision of this figure was mixed with Pan-American airline and bombing from Vietnam and growing jungle vegetation with animals, with monkeys. I mean, it's a very, very interesting work. But there are also other much more simple works. For instance, Clément Cogy-Doré, beautiful short films of 45 seconds of butterfly flying inside the cave of Lascaux in France. So this sort of mise en abîme of the earliest artworks that we know, and these so ephemeral animals, but at the same time beautiful, that is a butterfly. And I mean, even when you watch this 16mm film, which is super short, it's a loop, you cannot stop to wonder how this has been possible, because the Lascaux is not accessible today. It has been listed and they have built a replica. But at the same time, the film looks so realistic that you ended up into a dream. And the last but not least important thing in this, maybe more easy to understand how we can reappropriate this space of dreaming that is completely technologically colonized, and also I would say iconographically. Also, we live in a society of images too. Is the fact that the space for reverie has been totally colonized. We have, when I was saying that we need to find the button to press the touch pause, it's because our everyday life has been constantly colonized the last 70 years by modern capitalism, so that even time for reverie, where you are just like in a moment living the context where you are, is has disappeared. I mean, is constantly struggling. And I think this question of reverie, which has to do with a way to dream by day, not by night, is something that probably the physical experience of the artworks provide too. A moment where you are here, you are like in the context where you are with your friend or alone, but at the same time, your mind is moving away into a sort of it's not loss, but it's like into a kind of errance, you know, into a kind of independence. So this question of reverie, this question of reappropriation of a sovereignty over our dreams, again, if this is possible, because some psychoanalysts will say it's not possible, I think can be a decolonial strategy to reappropriate ontologically our position in a society where we are not controlling even our dream. And the reverie that has influenced people like, I mean, I said influence because it came, the Aborigine in Australia have been practicing the reverie forever. And this has been influencing a lot of psychoanalysts like Félix Guattari, who wrote a lot, who experimented it, etc. That was the second aspect, and the first one was to slow down time. The second one is the reappropriation of the dream, and the reverie, and the last but not least, and I will finish very quickly because I spoke about it before, is the reappropriation of the field of emotion. The way that is absolutely crucial, that the emotion is an experiment that an artwork needs to provide in order to make possible this common ground. Yes? Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now we have time to take a few questions. And I can bring the mic over to you, since that is how he can hear us.
I don't know whether you can see me, but I had a question regarding Documenta 15, which I saw in the write-up about your talk was something that perhaps you're going to talk about. So my question was regarding the collective as a format for Documenta, and in general, a format for organizing things, for making art. I believe I haven't been to the event, but I read about it and I found it very interesting. So I wonder if you have any views about it or thoughts to share. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think if I understood correctly, the question is that as far as I'm concerned, the collective is a way to propose another experience of art. And I've been to the Commentat 2 times. I like very much some artist works, but my choice for the Berlin Biennale, which I also shared with my colleague, was to, even though it's collective too, like the secular movement, I was mentioning before Mayuri Shari, but there are also Prabhakar Campbell, etc. And the School of Newton from Dakar, of forensic architecture. I think the question of collective when we are facing political issues is something that can be misinterpreted by the audience, because when you are facing political issues, you face debate. And a debate, particularly here in Germany, the debate is so emotionally driven that you need to position yourself with your name. When you appear as a collective with a name like, I don't know, the secular movement or Ron Grupa, or you do not put your name on paper. And for me, this is politically too blurred. I wish that we can clearly, I mean, we have to make clear our position and the locus from where we are enunciating. For instance, when I invented the secular movement, I did not present them in the exhibition as the secular movement. Mayuri Shari, she's presented as an artist. Mayuri Shari. Prabhakar Campbell is Prabhakar Campbell. Tejwini Narayan, she's Tejwini Narayan. Birinder Yadav is Birinder Yadav. I think it's important to represent an artwork, except when the artwork is a collective works by the individual who have made it. Why? Because when we are a collective, the perception of our sense of responsibility of our act is actually diluted behind the name of the collective. And when we are taking, which I am doing since 7 years now, topics that are extremely hot in terms of debate, colonialism, particularly contemporary colonialism for yesterday, it's still polarizing, but less. But talking about colonialism today, I think you have to stand on the stage and say your name. And even if you're a curator, an artist, or what politicians do, they have a political party, but we know them by name. So I like the idea. I like I found super interesting works like Yasmin Aitzebag at Documenta, etc. But I'm a bit on the idea of the collective. To the same way I was saying before, we need to reinvent a new vocabulary and a new language. I think the collective concept works in some places in the world, but when you come to Europe and you are confronted with a theory that is problematic, I think we need to reinvent something here.
Hello, Kader. This is Nilofer Farokh.
Hello.
I'd like to ask you about your body of work, Repair, in which you are sort of addressing issues that can bridge differences between communities in France, particularly.
Yeah. I mean, it's a very interesting question referring to France, because France is probably the country that has denied so much the fact that colonialism has been a crime against humanity at that point that the president Emmanuel Macron had to say it 6 years ago in Algiers. He was in a trip, and it became another scandal. He fall in the plots, etc. He had to, prepare his words. For me, there have always been many ways of speaking about the Reaper, and I have to say that it's great that it works like that, because sometimes the question of the Reaper, which is linked to the injury, we cannot imagine the Reaper without thinking about a wound. There's always, when you think Reaper, an injury somewhere. You start with, which I did more than 20 years ago, with mundane objects that you find in the street which are broken. And you start to focus on those objects that can be, or could be, and then through researches on, artifacts that have been collected in Museum of Ethnography, which were repaired in their original context, but never exhibited. This was my first shock, that the Western modern mind have put this in storage. Some objects have never been exhibited since a century, because the repaired was considered by French anthropologists and Western anthropologists, I discovered this later, as not pure. An object should be perfect. The quality of the object in public collection and in the market it is up to its state. If it has been repaired or restored, it's not valuable. And for me, this says a lot in terms of how the French society has a problem with the repair. We are like, but it's not only, I just have to move a little bit aside here to say that it's a modern mind. It's a modern criterions of beauty. The fact that the repair of an object or of a body, that's why plastic surgery is so important today, has to erase the injuries, the wounds, or the wrinkle. And I think I think this obsession that we have come from one of the most problematic aspects of modernity, which I call the myth of the perfect. The perfect do not exist, and that's why we should be happy. This mythology of the perfect that works from the body to the object is actually one of the biggest lie and problematic seeds of modernism that has the direct link to fascism. And you can see it in Italian or German fascist architecture. We are both mesmerized but also worried when we look at this architecture. So for me, this question of repair calls one other question. Are we able to live with our injuries? That's the real question. Because thinking about repair means accepting the injury, accepting that we are all made of injury. Even though, again, the mainstream narrative is providing the idea that you have to erase the injury constantly to appear perfect.
I think that's all we have for questions today. Thank you, Kader.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you very much. Bye.
Now we'll be concluding with a panel discussion consisting of our speakers and moderators from the last 2 days who are present with us. I'd like to introduce Nilofer Farooq, who will be moderating. And just before I introduce her, I'd like to invite her onto the stage to present our speakers with a few mementos. Wahida and Samina, could you join us on stage, please?
I think the speakers of today, I'd just like to present to them a memento. The speakers that were with us today, I'd just like to present them with a memento on behalf of the Karachi Biennale Trust. And as you can see, we're getting to be a smaller and smaller number. I think we'll just have that very informal panel. I think to some extent it's an important one because this way we can, sort of have a larger discussion on our presentations, as well as maybe look at the future, the possibilities of addressing some of the issues we've discussed for the last 2 days. I'd like to invite all the speakers. So, well, the three are here. Salman, please join us. And the three moderators, Nusrat, Saira, and Nagin. Come. Yeah, no, you need one more chair. Okay, can we have 2 more chairs, please? Why don't you sit, Nusrat? And why don't one of you come here? I'll just get 2 more chairs. I think somebody's forgotten how to count, right? This too happens. Well, yeah. Just take a moment. Otherwise, Nagin can come and stand with me. Come, Nagin. Yeah. It's very informal because the whole idea is to have a discussion and an exchange. Yeah. Huh? Suppose it breaks. Okay. Well, thank you for your participation, in which I feel was a very interesting and insightful discussion, because we touched upon a lot of things. As I mentioned earlier, when we conceptualized this seminar, we were trying to look at the 3 groups that have been the most impacted by colonization. And, obviously, one of those people is us, the colonized. And as Kadir Attia just said, the wounds show, the epistemic violence, the memories, shukriya, are very much there, and they kind of kept coming up throughout the discussion. Then, of course, the second group, to which maybe Natsumi belongs, of the colonizer, which is trying to repair, but there is no capacity to repair because the state is not there, the academy is not there to really do an internal questioning of that experience of being the colonizer. Today, is Japan ready to talk about the atrocities? Today is, let's say, the Netherlands ready? Recently, I think it was about 3 Venice Biennales ago, I visited the Belgian pavilion, and it was on Congo. And the atrocities on Congo are very well known. And it was laid out in a very clever way. It wasn't saying much, and yet there was a lot that you could read. The subtext was very much there. So, this is about the capacity of the colonizer to kind of show their wounds and maybe begin the process of healing. Then, of course, there are people like Kadir Attia who are living in places which are really the spaces of the colonizer. What kind of space do they create for themselves? Is it going to be something like the documenta, where you come and you do a major intervention, and yet, there is a pushback? I mean, how do we resolve those issues? Some of you who may have read about the latest documenta, obviously there has been very contentious. All the debates, very few debates are the ones that are at least trying to understand the separation between racism, Semitism, and having the power to speak what you want to without being censored. So I think these are important questions that are coming out of the whole process of decolonization. And as I started, we were looking at three major areas when we conceptualized this seminar. One was that in a post-colonial society, what is the new relationship between citizens? And the time that we were putting this whole concept together, the Black Lives Matter movement was at its peak. So there was this whole question that who is being included and who is being totally left out and, facing violence. And of course, yesterday in La Jamia, we also talked about the indigenous communities around Karachi that are being left out, being economically excluded, their lands are being appropriated for whatever reason. I mean, obviously, there are many reasons. It's they who are selling it, but what are the conditions created for them to be in this position? That's something again. The second thing we were talking about is the community and the citizen. That, how is the community able to cope with the individual aspirations? And I think Yamine's talk was very interesting, that it is our aspirations as a community that sometimes are in contradiction with ecology, with development. And so, these are again something that come back to us. We cannot always, blame the powers, blame the structures, because in some ways we become complicit. And the third thing that we were looking at was really the institution, the academy, and for us at art critics and art researchers, the museum, which were really tools of the colonizer. I mean, they could have been very benign things, but they would then turn into very aggressive and permanent almost tools. But then how do we deal with them? Because even after 75 years, what we see in Pakistan, the kind of museum, and maybe, Singharaja can tell us about Sri Lanka. So these are some questions that have come up about, the politics of language, how we are disconnected with certain languages that are really, kind of repositories of our culture. So anyway, I mean, I've said a little bit, and I would like you to maybe share with us the new knowledge that everybody has shared, how you're looking at it very briefly, each one of you. And also my second question would be that if we were to look at the next 5 years, what kind of intervention can we make in our capacities, whatever we are doing, that could take us further towards decolonization? So I think I can start with you, Saira, maybe.
Hello, yeah. So there's something that I have always been observing, and that was also something that came across with La Jamia and Yamine Chaudhry's talk yesterday. We often talk about decolonization from the outside. What we do not realize is that we are also colonized from within. And the fact that people take over our spaces, we are forced to sell certain areas of the land. So there is the us versus them existing also over here within our own society. So when we're talking about the larger context of decolonization, we must also look within our own society as to the kind of colonization that's taking place within. And it's extremely important to engage in dialogue, connect with them, separate this us versus them, which often comes due to the class system that is existing. And so I think there's a lot of need to create dialogues between not only ourselves, but also those who are now being colonized by us. Not us per se, but you know, people who kind of taking over the agenda and now creating these new narratives of colonization from within. So, yeah.
So I took a kind of a long and composite view of all the talks we had heard, and I just wanted to comment how much the way we look at history has changed as decolonization ideas are underway, starting with the binaries of colonization of the us and the other, and then its critique by Edward Said most prominently, where again he was using a binary to critique it as the Occident and the Orient. And now that has completely fallen away. It's fragmented, it's become more hybrid, it's allowing a lot of new syntheses to take place, new combinations of how you can use theory, how you can mesh theory with practice and come up with new possible solutions, which is what a lot of our speakers who were working on the ground yesterday talked about, and what our art historians have been pointing out as well. So that is one thing that came to my attention, that there's a lot of flow between different fields of knowledge. And for the future, I think, well, relating it to this particular Biennale and its theme of tech, I think very locally in Karachi, because young people are so comfortable with tech, seeing art unite with technology, I think is going to inspire a lot of people here to maybe work as artists with technology. And I think we'll be seeing some exciting developments in the next 10 years. Thank you.
So I would like to take up this new Orientalistic approach, which is coming from a background of art, and then it was in a hype 2-3 years ago, but I see it as an optimistic thing that artists have started research-based work in Pakistan as well. So as an art historian, art critic, we need to explore their works too, which is left out. And we are always referring their works to a certain kind of Western point of view. So we have to look at their works with their own identity. I think this is one way of coming out of this whole scenario of colonization, and how we are colonized is from within. And I think it's we are making this colonized view of art history. So this art history can be changed when we start writing with the views of those artists, and can be more research based. I think this is one way of looking at it from my point of view. Yeah.
Yeah. So I apologize for not knowing about George Keats before, but it was really quite an insightful talk, and to find out about his work and then also see how he kind of embraced the Western canon, and then he kind of made it his own, and also challenged it by that one particular image where there's that dark-skinned girl who's kind of attacking the very Cubist Picasso image. So I think that was a very successful model of really kind of embracing it, and then, you know, kind of also creating that mockery that Afan and Samina were talking about. So I think that talk really very beautifully kind of looked into it, and how Anand mentioned that he has actually made it into something very native, bring it back into the native country and the native canon?
I think I'm going to start by saying, like, we need to really reconsider and rethink about these terms, especially like, we keep referring to decolonization and post-colonialism. And then, so when we're talking about decolonization, as I referred in my talk, it's really not like, undoing what's been done. And there is no way we can go to pre-colonial times. So if we move forward, so let's look at our academia in art history. We don't teach art history in a real sense. It's offered as sporadic courses in various universities. You identified, we don't have department, nothing at all. So if we are not going to write the history, somebody's going to write it, and it's going to be his language. And if you look at it, miniature painting is one of that example. West dictates us, this is the art that they value. And here we go, we start this whole department of miniature painting where, not start, but I would say picks up this momentum where we produce like, 40 students in miniature painting graduating, considering from 1947 till like, I would say 1970, there were like total of like 12 to 20 students altogether in those years. And then suddenly miniature picks up this hype. It's accepted. And then, because it's a high economic enterprise, everybody is doing miniature painting. So having a critical discourse, I think, within ourselves as well is really important, and not having that game of like, self-pitying and thinking of like, oh, we were colonized for so long. I think things have moved on in a very different direction. I like how Salman referred yesterday that we experience, and Kadir also referred in his talk, that you face decolonization every single day. And, it's a thought process and nothing else. That's where I would leave. Thank you.
Well, I think I'm the beneficiary of the accumulated brain power and wisdom of all the panelists here. One of the points, I'll take the line from Dr. Samina when she said that the artist should retrospect whose language, or art historians and the art critics, whose language am I using? Is this my language or somebody else's language? There's the old line that says, whose line am I repeating? But the question is, do we know our own language? Have we arrived at that point? When I say that the vocabulary that has been provided to me, that vocabulary is inherently hegemonic. That vocabulary is loaded with power dynamics. And if I were to challenge that vocabulary or find an alternative, where is that alternative? Do I have my own vocabulary? Do I have my own language? Now, the core of the issue is that the language itself is really, like you said, Nilofer, and very rightly, the repository of knowledge and wisdom. I would say that it's like a black box of memories. Every word is a black box of memories. When you lose accessibility to that vocabulary, something else happens. And what happens then is that you are kind of locked out of generations of your own experience. I give example of Mare of Rose. So when she uses the word asir or zinda or salame akhir, that immediately connects the artist, or hopefully even the recipient of that art, with a certain point of time in history, with a certain event, emotion, or any fleeting moment. And it completely overrides time and space. It takes you somewhere else. So I would say what I'm taking away from these discussions is the importance of intersectionality. We have talked about textiles, we have talked about architecture, we have talked about arts, printmaking, language, literature, poetry, history, activism, whether the concern is environmental, concern is societal, gender relations, or economic disparity. I think there needs to be some focus on intersectionality of all of these issues. Now, who is going to create that intersectionality? I think to some extent it's the role of people like us, many of us who are here amongst the audiences and those who are also participating in this discussion by way of the live streaming, but the learned panelists also, to see where can we bring those crucial linkages, arts linkage with business, business linkage with digital shift, digital shifts linkage with inclusion. If we have a huge digital shift, and we saw that in the 2 years of COVID pandemic, we saw the digital divide in the country. Over 80% of the children in Pakistan were unable to access their lessons, to do their homework. There's huge digital divide, and yet digital shift is inevitable. It's crucial. That's the future, I agree. But I think we need to bring all of these things together, create some kind of convergence, and have that kind of discussion. And my final line is that Pakistan, which is the 5th most populous country of the world, doesn't have a policy on culture. And that's a shame. I think from this forum and platforms such as these, I think the voice needs to go out, but go out to who? Go out to ourselves, really, not only to the decision makers. Maybe there should be a national conference or some sort of urgent action taken by decision makers and learned people like yourselves to at least develop a draft, to come to some kind of understanding that there ought to be a national policy on culture, which is forward-looking, is informed by past, is informed by what's happening in the world. I know that at the provincial levels, there have been some efforts, but those efforts have also been one step forward, several steps backwards. So efforts at the moment are rather piecemeal. I think we need to stitch those efforts together, perhaps to have a vibrant, inclusive, diverse, pluralistic, forward-looking culture policy in Pakistan. For that, I'm an advocate, and I hope each one of you would be an advocate.
Can you hear me? Okay. I heard about this cultural policy thing because I work with government, and Endowment Fund Trust is now working on this cultural policy for Sindh. But still the cultural agents are missing there. And I spoke to the Secretary Culture about it, and I think he would like to draft a policy. So, yeah.
There are some efforts at provincial levels. You go to any provincial government, it's piecemeal. And also, as you said, and I agree, the cultural agents are the missing link.
Exactly. That's what I talked about, and he agreed to that. And he said, if it's coming to me, I will call cultural agents, and that's what Sindh government will do. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, in order to be, for it to be acceptable, because you see, we should build a consensus. Because I've seen that with the National Council of the Arts and several provincial, later on, I'm talking here about 30, 40 years, provincial initiatives, without consensus, that cultural policy will not be implemented. You know, you can have some superficial thing coming from the top, bottom. I think our efforts here maybe should be to really build a consensus. Intersectionality is a very important one, but then people feel more included because it'll be across disciplines. And maybe that is one definite step that can be taken. And we can, you know, slowly move towards something that is sustainable, because there have been efforts, but because it's, let us say, put forward by only some people, then it runs into roadblocks. Maybe we can ask Sinha Raja to tell us about Sri Lanka's cultural policy.
One observation I'd like to make, coming from the conversations and some superb presentations, is that colonization is part of the process of history. Something Salman just said about Pakistan. If we do not teach and understand history, art, we cannot actually understand the process or indeed implement the process of decolonization. I'll just speak, every time I come to India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, we see the enormous disparities between our part of the world and yours. Colonization, decolonization. Now, I went to a poetry reading the other day where it was bilingual. Sri Lankan elite would never be bilingual. They'd either be in Sinhala or in English. And there's a huge disparity. Most of the people we know can only function in one language. It's an enormous disparity already between countries like India and Pakistan. Yet, we claim to be one of the oldest living cultures in the world. And to an extent we are. We still speak the same language, worship in the same way, have the same customs. The difference again, part of the process of decolonization is that you all still teach in English. And therefore you can decolonize. We have embraced linguistic nationalism. So we teach only in Sinhala. So we can't decolonize. We talk about the power of language. Actually, I'd be hard pressed to find 7 people from our universities of your caliber who can function at this level, simply because they're immersed in the local and the national because of the fluency in 2 languages. So one basic bottom line is you cannot decolonize until you teach history. You cannot decolonize until you teach art history, because colonization is a historical process. Looking at the art that I see in Biennale, in Indian art schools, everything we do, we have a very some of the highest social indicators in the world. Literacy, free health, free education, you name it. But our universities can't compete with yours. Our academics can't compete with yours, right? And Why is that? Because even though we have a lot of the issues you've talked about in the last 2 days don't arise in Sri Lanka, but we do not have that process of excellence, that pursuit of excellence. So part of the process of decolonization is that until you know, you cannot possibly innovate, because otherwise all you do is imitate. Without English, without access to the world, every art school, everything we do is imitating what you're doing. Here, I've seen cutting edge stuff, I've listened to cutting edge presentations, right? What we would do is imitate, because we only function in our own language, so we cannot understand the depth, the philosophy, or the methodologies. Why? Because all we see is pretty patterns. So actually, I would say that part of the process of decolonization has to be historicization.
Thank you. It's working. So I agree with you there. I think the problem is that with Pakistan, if we turn our curricula from the school level into a national single language, and this has been debated so many times, Urdu is spoken by what, like maximum of 10% of the population. So regional languages is what we need to tap into, but then which province would go with their language, and then developing the curricula. So that's a deeply, it's a big issue in Pakistan to move outside of English and see what local languages can be used for education. And for that, when I look at, let's say, Meher's work, like Mr. Salman, you showed it to us yesterday, I think I can write and speak Urdu very well, but when I look at the poetry that Meher engages with in her work, I can't understand a lot of it, because I'm not possibly educated in Urdu poetry and Urdu adab beyond your metric and intermediate. On a university level, the way I am more acquainted and familiar with English. So that's a big problem to tackle. Also, I think, Nilofer, with what you said, decolonization it's a big process. I think it's going to take a generation of a shift. And it's not just our undergraduate and graduate academia. It starts right from early educational models. It starts from how we write our textbooks, what sort of norms we have around us, the way we talk, the way we interact with people. And it's going to take a big effort to get those fragments, those colonial legacies out of our heads and really start to understand things without a bias, the way we look at it right now. So lots of things to unpack. And I also think, Dr. Samina, what you mentioned, that when we look at an artist from Pakistan or even India, modern artists, we compare and we use vocabulary to talk about their works, especially with respect to the formal elements. We compare it with the Western artists, and that's a big problem. So I think for a shift, what we can do is that when we are looking at, let's say, Pakistani modernists, we look at what Sri Lankan modernists have done or Indian modernists have contributed with, rather than saying that I find it a little reductionist to say that Zahu's work has been taken from Jasper Johns, the colors, and there's so much of gray perhaps in Pakistani, Sri Lankan and Indian modernist works that can be taken up as a reference to cross-compare and analyze. So decolonization again is something either in the arts or either in art history or other subjects. In any social sciences or humanities that we study, it has to start from people within South Asia, broadly speaking, before we hit the West.
Yeah, I think I totally agree with that. But coming down to the idea of what we can do, how we look at our role in this whole process of decolonization, I do agree with you, Nagin. It took 200 years to colonize the whole of the Indian subcontinent. It started earlier, but in the true sense of the, East India Company really, consolidating its power and policy making and everything. So it will take us time. But the fact is this, we are now into 75 years, and I think Sri Lanka is a little less than that. We really need to be asking ourselves these serious questions, because as people who grew and now are in a position to make that difference, take certain decisions, maybe I like to think optimistically, impact policy. Because we are now in a position where we're being asked, we have a body of our own work behind us, and now people ask us, what direction can we possibly take? So I think from that, keeping that in mind, we could define certain goals for ourselves, loosely, because, this whole seminar has sparked questions and conversations. So we are thinking about these aspects. For me, I think what I would like to do primarily is to look at micro histories, because I feel that if we do not connect to those histories, we will not really have the complete picture. And, when Samina was talking about Lahore as a center of art, I was thinking here and saying that, in Karachi in 1947, you had an art school here that was affiliated to Shanti Niketan, which was a Sarangati School of Art on Pakistan Chowk in a lovely building. And it was attended by, Hindu students, Zoroastrians, and someone from people from the Bora community and Maiman community. Now, when a lot of those Hindus and Zoroastrians kind of moved out of Karachi, Zoroastrians did stay here for a longer time, but Hindus all migrated out of here. Then that school probably was shut down or lost its strength. There were people here in the city making images, around Bandar Road. They were not, let us say, the high art practitioners, but there were people making art. Sindh has its own culture of image making at every level. If you travel towards Gadab, you have petroglyphs. So this Karachi is not a place where there was nothing. It was not a clean canvas. We had people working here like Shahid Sajjad, and we did not talk about Anamolka Ahmed's husband, who came here and settled. So there are these micro histories we need to reclaim. And then only, Hyderabad, vibrant cultural place. Also, one history that we really left out in our discussion was, a lot of these artists were really, had a particular ideology. There were socialists and communists. And from there came their work, like Sadak and Red Marks. Shakir Ali was a, part of the Communist Party of India and then Pakistan. We had our own McCarthyism in Pakistan, where a lot of these people were left out of the equation. They either had to, kind of water down their beliefs, or they left the country, or some of them were incarcerated. So that is a segment of our history we do not touch upon. And that is where the shift happened. We moved towards formalism, and we could not reclaim that space for the larger connection with the people. So these are smaller parts that have been left out of the mainstream, but they're very important shifts in our history. And I would like to see that being reclaimed. And, research is difficult in this country, we all know, but it is important.
Coming back to what you'd said about, the national curriculum being of a certain language, why have we decided that it has to be English? If you're talking about people who not being able to talk in Urdu, and that there are a lot of regional languages, but then there are people who, there's a lesser percentage who can speak in English. And then again, the question of us versus them immediately comes back, because, we immediately understand that if you speak in English, you have a bit of a hierarchy over the others. So Salman, I would like you to kind of give us a little insight on to how do we come back to develop, because आप तो इस पे काम करते हैं, I'm sure आपके ऊपर इसकी research भी होगी. So how do we reclaim what Dr. Sinha Raja is saying?
So if I understand you correctly, you're referring to the point of teaching of history and language as a process of decolonization. Is that what you're referring to? Yeah. Yes. And I think politics of language is a very dangerous thing. And you've seen that in this city. So while there is politics of language, there's little politics on literature. And I think we should always be able to make this distinction. Even in this city and other cities of Pakistan, where somebody who would say that my first language is Urdu could be demeaned or frowned at or be excluded. I've yet to hear somebody saying Mirza Ghalib should be, the memory of Mirza Ghalib or Iqbal or Faiz Ahmad Faiz should be consigned to the recyclable bin of history. I think we need to make this difference. I think there's something called literature and literary history, literary historical study, and then there are linguistics. So whether the curriculum should be in Sindhi, Saraiki, Punjabi, Balochi, Brahavi, Kailashi, or any other language, Pashto, Hazarvi, I think that's an important debate. There are many parts of the world where children have options to study and learn several languages, including the indigenous languages. But then we also have an overarching language, not in terms of hierarchy or superiority, but in terms of historical circumstances. Where is the body of knowledge? Iqbal, a Punjabi man born in Sialkot, what language does he adopt to reach out? Faiz Ahmad Faiz, a Punjabi, Noon Mim Rashid, a Punjabi, Ahmad Adim Qasmi, a Punjabi. So it's not linguistic superiority. It is about pursuit of knowledge. What capsule is that? Which black box is that where there are memories, where there is, which has become, as Nilofer said, repository of cultural heritage. And if we were to rescue and salvage that cultural heritage, we will have to break that black box. And the code for that black box is the language, right? And I'm not only talking about Urdu, I'm also talking about Persian. I'm also talking about English. It's not only about one language. I think this kind of building binaries between Urdu medium and English medium is a relatively recent phenomena. I can tell you about my mother. My mother, who went to Anjuman Himayat Islam school, and she was taught English there also. And my mother always laughs and she says that, you know, in my times, if you would write badly in Urdu, you would be laughed at just as much as you write wrongly in English. I think there have been times when there was this understanding that pursuit of knowledge, existence of knowledge, access to knowledge is available, but for that there is a process that you need to undertake. You need to have tools. I think over the period we have politicized even the education system and the whole concept of learning so much that what does patriotism means? What does nationalism means? Am I more nationalistic if I let go of the language? I'll go back to, for example, Devanagari. The language of my childhood and if you were of my vintage, you would know, was a very, very different language. For example, at PTV, there was nobody ever used Mashraqi Pakistan. Purbi Pakistan, Pachami Pakistan. This was PTV's Urdu. Purbi Pakistan, Pachami Pakistan. This was PTV's language. After 1979, we also embarked upon a kind of ethnic cleansing of language. Just a few months ago, when I was flying by PIA, the PIA cabin crew was saying, Allah Hafiz to everybody. And I asked one of the cabin crew member, I said, "Ye Allah Hafiz, aapko officially kaha gaya ki aap humse kahin?" Kehti, "Ji sir." And she got slightly offended as if I was critiquing it. But my point was that what about Khuda Hafiz? We have changed the hue of our language, and that has been changed under the impact of ideological shifts that we have imbibed. Our names have changed. Just 50 years ago, you would have names such as Salim, Jamshed, Kaukab, Salima, Sitara, Kiran, Nargis, Shagufta, Farkhanda. You don't have these names anymore. You have quasi-religious names. Now you have boys named Faisal because King Faisal was one of our donors. You have boys named as Yasir. Either they are political leaders, Fahad, and I wouldn't even go into the nomenclature of what names we have adopted for our girls. Either they allude to a certain religious canon, or they're directly, I'm not against them. What I'm saying is that as people connected to research, we need to look at that it's not only loss of language, we have lost the names. हमारे यहाँ बच्चियों के नाम फूलों पे रखे जाते थे, जगहों पे रखे जाते थे. So in that politics of language and wholesale adoption of ideologies which are often connected with economic gain, we have lost quite a bit. And I think the critical thing that we have lost is the ability to even critique it, because even that language is lost. To begin with, what we can start to do, people like us, is to really do a glossary of expressions. And I tell you why this would be important, because the glossary of expressions will again bring back in the fold many such words, many such expressions and phrases that carry such depth and layeredness of meaning that artists have always used and will always use. And I empathize with you. It's not your fault that you find Salam Akhir inaccessible, or it's not your fault at all. I think you have been systemically deprived of that body of knowledge, and systemic deprivation has been along class division, along economic division, along who knows who division. And now we are so polarized that many of us actually aspire to live in gated communities, where my next door neighbor could only be that neighbor who is from the same economic league as I am.
I think that knowledge of Urdu adab and Urdu poetry came to us a little too early, at 14 and 15 in schools. At the time, it did not appeal the way it appeals now, because on university level, then we completely switched to other things. So yes, we've been deprived. I completely agree with you. Yeah.
I just want to add one little thing. Nagin, responding to your comment that, we need to look within South Asia, we need to look at these parallel movements that's happening in our region. I slightly disagree with that. I just think that the key word that Salman very nicely put was the pursuit of knowledge. So I think, and I also quoted in my presentation what Amrita Shergill was saying, it's important to look back, look inside, look within, and reflexity is something that we must do. But you cannot live in a hole where you're not looking at the West. I think what we need to make a shift is to be conscious of the vocabulary that's being used in the West, but then how do we entangle and engage with those, finding our own voice and projecting that, which means that we are working towards an inclusive history rather than making a regional history. So that was.
I want to add a comment on English, and it is the international language of science. All scientists in the world communicate with each other because they can speak English. We should not politicize it. I think it is the least politicized language in Pakistan. And it has been the language of privilege. And I think those of us who speak it well have a guilt about it. But because of that guilt, we should not try to diminish it and its usage, because it's not only what language you speak, it's what you do with any language that you speak that's important. So I want to say that
yeah.
That if you write well in English, that is not good enough, you should write well. That's not well enough, you should write them in English also. And that is a composite standard system. When I was asked to show that your poetry is very difficult,
If you wish to figure out that if you wish to access knowledge, if you wish
to access knowledge or a certain value system, then there is a path, there's a critical path to it.
And there are multiple paths, Salman. There's not
absolutely.
one path. And even with your analogy of the black box, I would say knowledge is much more of an amoeba than it is a box.
I agree.
It's a bit of a shapeshifter, isn't it? So,
it is.
Yeah.
Would you like to add something,
Yes,
Raja?
I'd just like to take something out of what Salman said, which made me reflect on decolonization, which is the theme. So the ability to critique. Now, of course, language is part of the ability to critique, and we have seen the dangers of the politicization of language in a country like Sri Lanka. But the process of it brought back to me, we're talking about the processes, how it works, how it can work, what we can do. I remembered a conversation with one of my dear friends and a mentor whose name was constantly mentioned over the last 2 days, Partha Mitta. The reason I became an art historian is because of Partha. And Partha said many years ago, when he used to come back to Delhi, he said all the American professors used to come, and the professors from the UK and Europe, and the students and the academics listened to them in dazed admiration, and there would be silence and total acceptance. And he said, in the 1980s and in the 90s, he said, American professors come to Delhi and they get slaughtered by young students. So I'm not from India, but I've seen it happen. You have very senior professors completely dismantled intellectually. And that, as Partha said, shows that India has achieved, which certainly my country hasn't, the process of the decolonization of thought, empowerment, but where does it come from? The ability and the power to critique.
I'd just like to add one thing, and I think maybe one short round and we'll wrap up, is what Samina said about looking, if I understood it right, Samina, looking at the West to create, to discover the methodology and the vocabulary. Is that what you meant?
I meant to be more conscious.
No, yes,
And
of course, to be more critical.
Yeah.
Now, I do agree there, but I'm in agreement with what Kader said earlier, that we need to create a new vocabulary to understand our own. Because I was looking at, I was just looking at papers read in the last 2 days, and I was looking at Meher's work.
Yeah.
It is impossible virtually to, because I recently did a book on her, to talk about her work. You cannot access it through a reading in the conventional art historian sense.
Absolutely.
It is very diverse, it's very layered and loaded with cultural references, linguistic references, and a lot more.
Yeah.
And you have to know the history, where she comes from, the place. So I think to do that, we need something much more. And I think works like Saada Khan's work, even Zahur's work,
Yeah.
It needs that capacity to know much more
Yeah.
than just a general historical
Yeah.
gaze.
I think a little misunderstanding here is I'm not saying that we should look at the West to use their vocabulary. I'm saying we need to reinvent our, that's exactly what Kader is also suggesting. But we cannot shut the doors and just look at within the region and just create a dialogue within the region. I think we need to have a dialogue.
I think both
And it should be
dialogues
on
are
equal
important.
footing.
I think both dialogues are important,
Yeah.
because I think at the last Biennale, we had someone reading a research paper on Shahid Sajjad, and they were looking at Bawa, they were looking at, because he's a contemporary, they were also looking at, I think, an Indian sculptor, all three contemporaries, and seeing what was the context in which they were working. And of course, the larger historical context was the same, because they were in this region, they were all a product of the colonial past. So I feel these things are more enriching for us, because the constant thing of the West is a different history, and it's a different academic approach. I'm not saying we negate it. That's not the whole idea.
Yeah.
The idea is to look beyond it as well.
I
That
agree.
is what I would say.
I agree. I think I'm on the same page with you. It's not to like neglect it. That's what I was trying to say. And I think what a wonderful way to look at the comparison between these places, which has similar histories. And, that's what, like, we talk about imagined communities and, Anderson Benedict when we refer to. What I'm saying is that, it's the world and the time we're living temporally and spatially. We are in a place where digital world and all of it, so utilizing all of these resources, so I really appreciate the example that you gave, because what you said, what Partha Mitter said, for the longest time, Indian scholarship was really dominated by the Western scholars. And now when you go to India, I've talked to many friends from the US who goes back to India to do their research. They cannot take out anything from there. I'm talking about intellectual property, unless they get it approved from the Indian government, because they are so tough about it now. They ask you, tell us, what are you writing about us? So all these Dr. Frederick Asher, Dr. Catherine Asher, these were the scholars that, we have studied from, and we learned from them that, things have changed. So I think what I am suggesting is that we need to be on that equal footing. I'm not saying that we use the same vocabulary, and I do appreciate the example that you're giving, but when we are describing the works, where do we find the vocabulary? What is it that we are going to use every time people refer to something that is in referring to Western art movements, we say cubist, right? There's no other word that we use for that. And so how do we look at these? So looking at these vocabularies and then thinking, what do we come up with?
Maybe the cubism aspect reference is a correct one. And sorry, we are just, but this is a dialogue as well. I'll tell you about the miniature, the neo-miniature. Now, the reading of neo-miniature, the way it's been done by the West is totally reductive. But have we developed a parallel way of looking? That has yet to come, because I was talking to Imran Qureshi, who is one of the premier educators as well as practitioners of neo-miniature. No art history of the miniature is taught. Now it has its own very intense and quite vast art history. So you see, that is where the gap is. That if we do not have that history, we do not have the language to study the texts that have been written in, let us say, Sanskrit, in Persian, and maybe some Chinese and Central Asian languages and Persian. That's why we haven't got a vocabulary. So you see, these are the areas we need to explore. That's what I meant. Sorry, Salman, go ahead. You want to say something?
Yeah, I think I would like to add here something, because we are confusing between theory and history here. Because in theory, you always discuss what Samina has just been saying, that we have to bring our vocabulary and other things. But in history, we travel in temporal ideals, and we go through timeline. So it's like there should be some art critics who theorize some artworks, or we should not really talk about opening art history departments, but art appreciation and art theory should also be introduced in art schools. So we should know about the difference between art theory and art history and art philosophy, whatever it is. So there is there is philosophy which is existing in South Asia. And there is philosophy which is Western. We mostly refer to that Western philosophy whenever we just want to write about artworks, or because we don't know about the local philosophies. So that's one of the problems that is creating this lacking of language problem. I think that could be one of the, yeah.
So we don't want to make the same mistakes during decolonization, the way the colonizer is made. We don't want to repeat that. We don't want to shut out the West, of course. What we would want is, so for instance, when I look at George Keats' work, I immediately think of Maqbool Fida Hussain. I think of Sadiqain. I think of formal devices, the way they've cut things out and geometrically place them. Of course, the origins are there, which is Picasso and Cubism and looking at things from different angles. But also, while that image is being made, and for Keith, who is working through a good part of the 20th century, how is the development formal and conceptual? How is that coming about in his works? While at the same time, in other parts of South Asia, those things are so similar and different at the same time. So again, it's what you said, Dr. Samina, and what Nilofer, we do not want to do the othering that was done with us, but we do want to establish this dialogue where we see where to look at things from a historical perspective and where to look at it from a critical / theoretical perspective, and then learn to differentiate and mix the two as needed.
Can we take the last two comments, or whatever recommendations, whatever you would prefer, and then we can close the discussion. It's been a long day, so I think all of us have, Samina has a flight to catch, and so does Salman later. And then all of us have an evening ahead. So any two comments from any one of you? I think it's been any questions coming from you two ladies from Poland or two young ladies from Karachi? Okay. I think it's been a very enriching experience. And I think the more we discuss, the more we are able to unpack all these very complex things. And for me, going back and looking at George Keat was really wonderful, because I remember I stumbled upon his small collection, this exhibition in Colombo, some almost 25, 30 years ago. And when I went looking for a modern art museum in Colombo, they said, no, the chap told me, no, this is it. It was a little, little hall type thing with the works in very bad condition, but they still had those vibrant colors. And that green covered book I bought from there. And it was my introduction to Keat, because he was never included in our history, which is so very important. And as you said, he's among the first modernists of this region of that caliber. So, I mean, we discovered a lot of things and, wonderful papers, wonderful insights. So personally from me, thank you. And I'm sure everyone feels the same. So thank you again, and have a safe flight, the ones who are headed out. Khuda Hafiz.
बाकी सारे फालतू